You are the Word. This is all spoken into existence. So, hope and dash without flesh. So, thank you, Father, for setting apart, set apart. I knew you before you were in the womb. Said that in the book of Jeremiah, right? You're writing through Jeremiah. I knew you before you were in the womb. I set you aside. He said, you said you loved Jacob, who you later called Israel, and you hated Esau before either were born or done anything on this earth, right? No. So, prognosko, to have foreknowledge of. So, everything not the earth. Don't be of the earth. Be in it, right? Of the world and the earth are two different things. The earth is the ruled Lord, master, and he says you can't serve two masters. So, said he'd send two witnesses, ones that hang right there on your face, correct? On the face, in the face, in the face. That right eye and left eye, that'll steal your crown. All right, so you have to have a crown to sit at the feet of Father. Nope, Shiloh, or you're not going to receive your inheritance. You're going to be put under the judgments of Father, where one sin is death. One. Nothing's changed through Shiloh, this new covenant, this New Testament. It's, remember, those he chose, add a jot, death, add a tittle, death, add a thought, death. Pornea, or agape will be pornea. That's what the scriptures tell us, right? So, come out of her, my people. Do not partake. Be in it, but be not of it. Be set apart, right? That's what he said. Set apart. Wow. That's all. So, thank you for the blessings to the ministry. You know where this is going. It's going on the road, or it's going to get locked up, right? Like in prison, they locked up Christ, the Hamashiach, because he stood up to the law, religion, and the government of the day. Remember the Pharisees and you've my father's house into a den of thieves, he said, right? So, because they've made it a place of profit, and fee. And he whipped the people for selling the doves. Remember, he had to have 2 turtle doves as a sacrifice, as an altar. Remember, if you wanted to be grafted into the nation of Israel, you had to have circumcised to the flesh, 2 turtle doves at the altar, correct? And water dipped, their Pharisee halakha ritual. Baptism is by fire or by trial. It's by long suffering. That's the word repentance. We have to be rebuked by the word. Father rebukes the heart of the bride. He only loves his bride. He doesn't love anybody else. Remember, he hated Esau before he was ever born or done anything on this rock. So, Father doesn't love everybody. He only loves his bride. So, try to remember that. Keep that prognosko, foreknowledge of, and then keep it at the front of your brain, skull, right there. Get it every day and tell yourself, everybody's evil. That way you'll check your neck. You check yourself. A man's enemy is to be the one of his own household. That's what it tells us in Matthew, correct? So, of course, Jesus would love immigrants, but Jesus is Satan the Son God, the Hamashiach. He said, put hands on the sick. Don't go inside, flatten the curve, stand on the X, wear a face diaper. Remember? He said, heal. Be with the ones that are widowed and the ones that have been underfoot, trodden, and those that are been persecuted. And he doesn't like that. Fees. Remember, he whipped the people selling the doves. Fastened the corning off the curtain, and literally went over there, turned over the money changer tables. Again, you've turned my father's house into a den of thieves. So Father does not like no taxes. Remember, they started a Revolutionary War, and I'm not talking about calling to arms with 2%. Remember, tea in the harbor with 3% of the populace. So he said, come out here, my people. People like to feed the beast system. The beast is the dollar. It's 1,000+ military bases in all 180 countries. Strangulation nation corporation is what it is. The modern day beast. Beast. There's more than one beast in scripture, but these people read a Bible, and the Bible is vain. The Bible is a book, and that's not canonized. If it's if it's on paper, it has to be the one where all the words were defined. But people are idiots. Remember, they don't even know what the word idiot is. They can't define anything. Aletheia is the word truth. They don't have any in them ever. So he didn't write it on. Most people go to hell. How about that? Most people think hell is below their feet. Hell's below their feet. Hell isn't below your feet. Heaven's not above your head. You're an idiot. You don't know what you're talking about. Never probably seen it or heard it. No, that's what an idiot is. If you've seen it or heard it, you're not an idiot. Then probably you're just an ass. An ass, somebody like a goat. Somebody who has an unwillingness to learn. Right? Stubborn, like a mule, like an ass. They can be stubborn. That's how most people are. They go to hell. They can't even define the word hell. I don't think anybody in here knows what, other than my regular, subscribers to this ministry do not know what the word hell is. It's not below your feet. You don't die and go to hell or die and go to heaven. It's not what hell or heaven is. God is a title that's never written in scripture. There's no J's in Hebrew or Greek. So Jesus is a fairy tale. The Hamashiach hung from a tree. Nobody hung from crosses. Nobody carried crosses. The Romans were masters. I'm a prior military police. I know about torture. Remember, we'll booze board you with some wine because waterboarding's illegal. So curse it. It says he who hangeth. Remember in the book of Acts when they took him down from the tree. So remember, they stake people, right? Nailed them. That's your your Hebrew Monster Energy logo, where those nails they put in the Hamashiach's hands because they nailed him to a yoke, and he carried a yoke. So Jesus is just historically accurate. No, there's no J in Hebrew or Greek. His story, you're an idiot. You're in history. What has this person said? Jeremy don't know his ass from hole ground. He got a letter J in his name too, so that shows you that Jeremy's educated like a fly. He got TikTok brain. Remember, there's no such thing as an alien. Alien is a word. No such thing as speaking like foreign glossa, dialectus, tongue, right? No such thing as speaking in tongues. No free will. Can't accept Christ. Can't be saved. God is a title. Hell's not below your feet. Heaven's not above your head. No such thing as rapture. Baptism is by blood. This is all a spiritual testament. So you got to grow up. Stop being so childish. This is an adult-only stream. You'll be removed from the chat. This isn't a religion. Father, remember, he sent his son, the only begotten son. David declared him the lamb. That makes Father the ram. But we won't go there because this is not for children. This is for my family, my brothers and sisters that are in the narrow way. Narrow is the word hados. But you cannot speak no Greek, none, like nuns, Catholic priests, kitty touch much, Catholicism, the Catholics wrote the Quran, Muslims, I got Muslims going ham in here. All right. So can't turn a goat into a sheep. Narrow is the way that leads to the straight gate. Most people go to hell because they're in the broad way. Broad is the way that leads to the wide gate. Most people go to hell. You ever read the book of Matthew? Nope. Probably not. You should read it. It's actually written already on the heart of the bride, but he doesn't love everybody. He loves the word agape. You don't love your dog like you love your wife's titties, right? Or how about you love God like you like your dog, like you like your truck? You love your truck like the rack on your truck or your rack on your wife? There's phileo and then there's agape. You don't speak any Greek or any Hebrew at all, do you? Remember, it was an old Jewish book written in Greek. Do you own a lexicon? Do you use an e-sword app? Remember, I come to bring a sword of division, Matthew. I don't come to bring peace as Antichrist, peace. is Antichrist, the word shalom. So, shalom. Those who say shalom, safety, peace and safety. Sudden destruction will come upon. That's high priest of the Satan church, MAGA. Do as thou wilt, no free will, no luck. So, now those who say peace and safety, sudden destruction will come upon those who call out for peace and safety. So peace is Antichrist. Anybody who is teaching peace, and that the word teach or teacher is the word prophet, but he said, call no man prophet. A false teacher is a scorpizzo, but you don't have any definition in you, do you? You speak out of some foreign alien book, some translation with a God of three genders and one God, man, beast, and woman. Your God is transgender. Jesus Christ, birthed on December 25th. Father doesn't want us to masse. Masse is the eating the human flesh or drink blood. So Christ mass, Christ, that's a term never ever wrote in text. Never once will you find the word Christ, Lord, Jesus, Lucifer. You don't live on a planet, do you? There's another one of these made up fairy tales. Fairy is a Celtic demon. A demon is the word demonion, and they've replaced it in your scripture, but you read a Bible with the word devil. So, see? Jesus was real. There's no J's in Hebrew or Greek. So you're childish. No, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, L, M, N, P, Q, R, S, T, V, W, X, Y, Z was not the last letter. There was no J in Hebrew, nor was there in Rome at the time of Rome in the Greek. Old Jewish book written in Greek. You are a child. There's no J's. So there's translation and then there's transliteration. You don't ever read the text, so I can tell. Remember, the heart is continuously filled with wickedness. Most of these religious idiots and all religions are vain. Tell me, oh, God knows what's in my heart. There's no such thing as God. There's no vowels in Hebrew, so who the hell is God? Hell's not below your feet. Heaven's not above your head. It's not 2025. I can tell you that much. It's not 2025. So goodbye. Your dialect is childish and you speak like an alien. There's no such thing as aliens. Aliens not real. There's no physical. That's a word. See, you're starting to the word is Hokadesh. You ever heard that before? That's Father. Ghost. There's no such thing as ghost. The Father without flesh, right? Faith, the things unseen. Ghost, like you can't see. Yeah, it can ghost out of here there, Casper. The friendly. You know what the word nice means? It means to be stupid, and that's you. So don't be nice. Get out of here. Leave. Goodbye. Don't let the door hit you where the good Lord. That's never written in the text. Every once will you find the word Lord. Nope. See? You speak like an alien. Anakin Skywalker had Wookiee with Chewbacca, and now we've got the big feet, right? They had a threesome. So it's okay. These people have no definition. The word alethi is the word truth. If you leave the definition, you leave the truth. They don't study the canonized word where every word was defined. They speak in translation. They go after transgender Jesus. Their Jesus is Satan, the sun god. Mithra, at the time of Rome, had a 58-story tower with a Trump arch in front of it, the Arch of Triumph. Remember, Trump's got his tower, 58-story tower, decorated with Jesus Christ, Satan, the sun god, Apollyon, Mithra, birth. We're not supposed to celebrate birth. We're not supposed to celebrate a single day. Celebration, no, especially there's only 2 birth dates in all the scriptures, so you know if somebody's ever read the text, ask them that. How many birth dates are there in all of text in the scriptures? Notice I don't say Bible. That's the word. You're rejected. I reject you. You see, you're rejected. Bible means book, and this wasn't written on paper, and I don't know what you're rolling or smoking on paper, but you can leave now. If you don't actually have this Project Blue book right here, not Operation Blue Beam, just kidding. This is the canonized version of the word, so if you don't own this book, you can't speak in here. I'll smash you with the definition, truth aletheia. How about that? He said, I am Hados. What does that mean? What's Hados? That's what he said, I am. Before Abraham was I am, remember? Because the Pharisees were his age. Remember, he was young, right? In the flesh, like Peter or Paul. No, Paul was older, right? Matthew, Luke. See, do you even know anything about the disciples? They all died a martyr's death. Does anybody want to throw you in a jail cell and hang you from a tree? Because if you're not wanting to be hung from a tree or being thrown in prison for his Shem, it doesn't say name. His name doesn't mean God or Jesus or Yeshua, or that's not what name is. Second born of Noah was Shem. It says Shem, and that was the law, like Torah. That's your Targum or your own little Mishnah or whatever you're pulling on your own Pornea hub, whatever religion. They're all vain, not one. I'm going to come against this ministry. It doesn't make this one. We just go over the word. The word is Hokadesh. You know what that means? I already told you. That's Father. Ghost, spirit. That's where it's Ruach Hokadesh is the Hebrew word Holy Spirit. So if you can't speak any Greek or any Hebrew, you need to leave. This isn't meant for you. This is an adult stream. The number 7 is the number of maturity. And if you can't tell me the 7 things in scripture that you're supposed to be doing, then you probably should just be quiet. He said, if you had a jot, can you tell me what a jot is? How about a tittle yod? You know what a yod is? Remember, ba, steaks? Oh, well, nails. See, you just got nailed by your dialect, your alien tongue. No such thing as speaking in tongues. You needed an interpreter because you spoke in a different language. Remember, if you came to Israel, you had to have, right, a sacrifice at the altar, 3, right, circumcision, right, of the male genitalia. You guys are crazy. You read these bastardized rape. You're raping the word of Father is what you're doing. Remember, the most high. So I can tattoo my hands because I'm not under the Levitical laws and celibacy and, keeping the Sabbath and letting the land lie fallow and rest and eating. That He made all things clean. You're an idiot. You don't know what you're talking about. So you got to go. You're not welcome here. So we just thin you down when we come in here. And then those in the narrow way, they just get this, the gospel is all we care about in here. Everything else is rejected. That's why they didn't canonize 22, because it wasn't aligned with the gospel and it wasn't aligned with the definition. Definition is the word aletheia, well, truth. So if you leave definition, you left the truth. So you don't speak any truth. You speak some slang, foreign, alien dialect. Alien is not a physical species. There's no gods in the sky. You're locked in the firmament. Waters above, waters below. So I'm not going to sit there and try to turn a goat into a sheep. It's not possible. The word is predestination, prohorizo. It's Romans 8:29. I also did foreknow who I did predestine to conform to the image of Christ. So you got to do what He did. I'll use your pagan terms. Christ is a pagan term. Comes out of paganism. Nobody hung from crosses. That's paganism. That's the remember all those Gothic, Visigoth, Vandals. Go see Brother Jim at Grace and Truth. He's the only other one I know anywhere on this rock that'll give you anywhere close to what is called aletheia. So I only just mirror predestination, but I've always loved the gospel. That's what this is about. The gospel is about suffering and being thrown, and down and being, because you stand up, not with arms. This is the vengeance be mine, saith the Lord. You have to turn your cheek, meek, not weak, 490 times. That's 7 times 7. He'll do the math for you. I do this, it's the gospel. There's only one gospel. Well, there's 2 gospel, right? You change a jot, add, take away. That's the other gospel that Paul spoke about. And the other Jesus, if you want to use some slang term that was never written in text. There's no Jesus. There's no God. There's no Lucifer. There's a word that's never written ever. There's no such thing as Lucifer. That's as real as the Easter Bunny. Remember Ishtar, the Semiramis sun goddess who had sex with her son? That's the Catholicism, the deadly head wound that was healed. She had sex with her son like rabbits. That's paganism, Satanism. That's the perverted, outlawed by the 2 pontiffs that was rebranded by Constantine at the time of Rome. You don't study it all, do you? You love Catholicism. Okay, goodbye, Satan. Get behind me, Peter, Donna, Stiff, Nimrod. Oh, get your blood pumping. So get them out of here, Stoner. They love their Catholics is Satanism. That is the deadly head wound. This is Catholicism. Catholicism is Christianity. This is your Catholicism right here. Svasti, that's been around for thousands of years. Go to the last teaching earlier in the day, and I taught the same lesson already, so I do it all the time. I do it all the time because that's what Father makes me do. He said, don't boast because but whoa! Remember the Riders of Revelation? You want to be in that? Remember what horse are we in right now? Because remember, there's 2 white horses. There's 4 Riders of Revelation but 2 white horses. So which one, the White House or the white horse? Oh, so one's got a 58-story tower. Hey, they both have 58-story towers. Hey, the one currently in office, right? 4 + 5 is 9. 4 + 7 is 11. President 9/11. The POTUS, President of the United States, or corporation. He decorates his house with Satan, Apollyon, Mithra the sun god. Remember the Gentile Messiah, Mr. Warp Speed, Operation Mockingbird, continuity government. They've been doing this, boring out the undercarriage. Well, under this rock that you walk, there's a whole nother out of sight, out of mind, huh? There you go. Will's got it. man. That's a good way to put it. Never thought about it being put that way. Watson. Oh, sorry. That's a. Your God, I know your God, Paris. Yeah, your little G God deity. They used to pray their dead ancestors for fortunes because they thought I can open portholes, communicate for fortunes. There's no such thing as fortunes, no free will, no God's in the sky, Christ in you. What Watson said. That's what he said. The kingdom of heaven is within. You don't read the gospel, do you? No, I'm not God. Get away from me, Paris. Paris, you're not like, whatever. They got Muslims that won't even conform over there. Remember? We do not conform outside of the norm. Set apart, man. You're not supposed to do the world, so get away from me. New York City. Remember? Mr. Warp Speed with his 58-story New York Tower. Remember after Blind 11? I now have the tallest building in the world. So, Jesus is Satan, the sun god. The Hamashiach is the Father in flesh that was hung from a tree, not a cross. So, he said, you deny me, I'll deny you in front of my Father. So, yeah, no, we all fall short of the word, and Father is the word. So we're not anywhere near, that's why we need a covering. And then if we stand up, and the sins of the world he stood up is if anybody wants to throw you in jail, hang you from a tree for standing up to America in modern day. Here, let me give you a little forward, easy speak, not just tickle your ears, that kind of America's the beast, 1,000+ military bases. I know, I'm a United States Army veteran, and you're not standing against the beast. This country consumes, well, it's a corporation, 40% of the world's resources with 3% of the populace for decade after decade. So I want to hear it. Just speak up, go ahead. Just keep acting like you know what's going on. You don't pay attention to anything. Your murder dollars murder people with those 1,000+ military bases in all 180 countries. More people locked up in America than there is in all other countries. Private prisons, guaranteed occupancy of 80% before they're ever built. How about that for criminal? Know this, not by my being a jackboot thug. Shoe's been on the other foot in my case. So if you don't stand against the law, you are not going to be with Father, because the sins of the world that he covered is his brides that don't conform. Remember, come out of her, my people. Be in it, but be not of it. Conform to my image, Romans 8:29. I also did foreknow who I did predestine to conform to my image. So you have to do what Christ did. Does anybody want to throw you in jail for standing against America, the beast system, for standing against this slave corporatocracy, fascism, communist nation now? 1,000+ million makes Rome look like Rome never died. The Vatican. How about that? Two phallic same dicks. Washington obelisk monument in front of the DC and the same one in front of the Vatican. Like twins, huh? Tower, like Gemini. That's what Trump is. He's a Gemini, but you get political and you take two cheeks to the same hole and you act like, yeah, two wings of the same dragon. Got your Puff the Magic Dragon. Remember 13, another great sign in the firmament, a great red dragon. So don't speak and hear this nonsense. I don't do this political mumbo jargon. Poly meaning many, tick meaning bloodsucker. Politics meaning many bloodsuckers. Them a crip or a bloodbucket. Which lollipop do you lick? Christianity? That's Catholicism. They follow the Pope. Papa, he said, call no man father. Call no man teacher. That's the word prophet, but you don't speak. A false teacher is the word scorpizzo. If you add a jot, you're a false teacher. Add a tittle, you're a false teacher. You are an antichrist. Not thee. You are a Satanist. There's only one gospel, and that's the one unchanged. Paul spoke of another, and that's because you added a jot. We've all been guilty and fallen short of the word. So the sins of the world is not going to be for your adulterous heart or your sticky fingers because you're a thief or nope. It's because you were standing against the beast. What he did in his Father's, I come in the Agape, in the Shem of my Father. His Agape, the Torah, the old, they perverted the law. Torah made it their own twisted Targum, perverted law, oral and written, right? Targum, right? You know what that is? Mishnah. Should never say anything about scripture ever. You should never tell, and you have to. You're supposed to. Don't boast because you know. The disciples bear your cross. Nobody hung from crosses. Hang on from a tree. Does anybody want to hang you from a tree? He said, conform to my image. Matthew, my disciples. Oh, my apologies. That's the sister chapter. Luke, my disciples, bear your cross. Matthew, deny yourself daily. Take up your cross, bear your cross daily, and follow after me. So you have to do what he did. That is the word hados, in the same narrow way. Only those that fit through the straight gate. Many are called, many through the wide gate, because they go to hell, because that's the broad way that leads to the wide gate. Many are called, but few are chosen. Few find the straight gate, because narrow is the way that leads to the straight gate. Theolobos, if you spoke any Greek, but you don't at all. You speak some Babylonian religion. He wrote the letter to the 7 churches in the book of the Apocalypse. We are in Apocalypse right now. We are in those pages. If you want to put them on paper, you don't even know celestially where you're at in time. It's not 2025. That's how twisted the world is right now. They think they're spinning on a planet. Tell me where it says planet in Scripture. I'll wait. We'll start the timer. Go ahead. Since you're so all-knowing, and I'm still in a study mode, but I hyper-focus 100% gospel. That's it. Remember, there's a reason they rejected it, didn't canonize 22 of the texts. Interlinear texts, there's only one single scripture that's even accepted because they pulled every word out and defined it. But you all read a bunch of these other bastardized, raped, you penetrate his word with your own. He said don't even add a jot. That's a dot. Now they're spinning on it at 1,040 miles an hour and they call it a planet. Where does it say there's a planet? Anywhere in Scripture, anywhere in the text. I don't care about the 22 that rejected. Enoch, which author? These people speak of things they shouldn't even speak. Until you know the gospel, until you can say it in your sleep, you shouldn't even, there's no planet. They fly over a planet. You ever seen any of the aviation, aeronautics? You ever study any of this? I'm not Navy. I'm Army, but I'm not stupid. I've studied this. It's not that damn complicated. A bird cannot achieve lift without resistance. Hello, McFly. If you're not over the target, you're probably not taking any flack, are you? Huh? So just keep pounding your earth. Earth is the rule. Earth's not below your feet. Heaven's not above your head. You don't go to hell or heaven. That's not what that means. You don't die and go to the sky. Dead people aren't in the sky. God's not in the sky. The kingdom of heaven is within. That's what we must go through ellipsis, Paul said, to receive that kingdom. They called it the kingdom of God. That is what you call heaven, but that's not in the sky. That's the treasure that's waiting for you after you die. But you have to have a crown. Remember, I come quickly. Revelation 3:11, let no one take your crown. And on March 11th, Donald Trump declared the coronavirus crown virus. But anyways, just keep doing the world. Keep doing the world. No, there's no lizard people. Get out of here, Joe. There's no Anakin Skywalker had the land of Anak is Gaza, where they're slaughtering people right now. Philistine. Donald, warp speed, possibly, responsible for more with him and his Netanyahu, the man with a warrant for his arrest. How did he just fly through that place with a warrant? How are they not arrested? Donald Trump, remember he was going to put Hillary in prison. Instead, she sat at his inaugural dinner. He was selling tennis shoes, remember? Bibles with a Pledge of Allegiance. Remember? He's going to give you the greatest wall. Instead, you got the greatest jab, ever. And warp speed. The bringer of the disease and the cure of the disease is Satan, the sun god, Mithra, Apollyon, that he has this 58-story tower. Satan's tower is 58 stories. So is Trump's. That's how ignorant this society is today. Vote for a man that decorates his house with Jesus Christ, Satan, the sun god, Mithra, birthed on December 25th, Apollyon, Abaddon, right? Abaddonald John. How about that? He's not the Antichrist. He has his house decorated with the Antichrist, and people voted for him twice, like Hitler's Man of the Year. Well, they did 3 times, because remember, I was a snake before you let me in, then he let Joe Biden. 2 cheeks to the same hole, wings to the same dragon. Remember, I thought he was going to put Hillary Clinton in jail, instead in prison. Him and Alex Jones made how much money? Alexander Emmerich Jones on all this Hillary for button banner t-shirt swag. But you know what swag is? You ever done any merchandise marketing? You ever done any marketing? And you know how to, that's your paraphernalia. T-shirts, keychains, buttons, banners, websites. How many hundreds of millions of dollars was funneled into Donald John Warp Speed Trump's bank account? Oh, but he didn't take a shut the hell. These people fall for Donald is Joe Biden, and Donald is Hillary Trump. These are all island boys and girls. They go to Trump's island, not Epstein's island. Stop playing with yourself. You know what I'm saying? It's Trump's island. They're all island boys and girls, like EpiPen Island, Epstein. You know what happens when you oxidize epinephrine? You get fear and loathing in Las Vegas, huh? Lizard people. Who said lizard people in here? Get out of here. Where'd say there's lizard people? Anakin Skywalker, you doing some of that nonsense? Jabba the Hutt, you love the island boys? I know. This guy, check his IP address for kitty porn. Stinky frog. You give frogs a bad name, man. You really do. Well, remember that frog dude in Portland? He spawned a whole frog spawn. Made everybody look like a fool. Remember, Oregon said no National Guard. Remember, they took the National Guard and protect the people, not the government. Oregon is a... So... People don't have any idea what's going on. They don't know their ass. Remember, somebody's stubborn like a mule, can't be learned like a goat. You know, greatest of all time, MAGA, high priest of the Satan Church. Those who say peace and safety. Peace is Antichrist. Remember, peace and safety. Sudden destruction will come upon those who call out peace and safety. So, children, their dialect is alien. Alien's a word, not some kind of. We used to call them, well, illegal aliens. You know. I was listening. I was driving down the road one day. You're just gonna have to go along with me for a second here. And I'm driving down the road, and they're talking about, this nonsense about being abducted by aliens and all this nonsense, whatever it is. Okay, right? So, but this guy calls in, right? And I almost wrecked the truck. I was out of commercial license at the time. I was driving a big vehicle, right? So, and I'm driving over. I was in Kentucky, I think, going over, or was in Indiana, go back to Kentucky, head in that direction. So, in Louisville. And the guy comes on the radio, and he said, they're talking about all these people, about aliens and shapeshifters and lizard people, but some guy comes on out of nowhere. He's like, hey, man, I'm calling in. You talk about aliens, right? And he's like, man, I've never been abducted by an alien. He said, but I've had sex with an illegal alien. Does that count? And I was like, almost, dude, I'm glad that car over there was kind of watching me. Dude, I was laughing my ass because I just couldn't control. My heart just rigged. It was like, oh my God, that's probably one of the funniest things I think I'd ever heard in my life. And I had to get over and get off there at the bridge there and take a breath, because I was like, dude, that was one of the funniest things I've ever heard in my entire life. He said, no, I'm not, he called in. He was so like on the spot. He called in. No, I'm calling in about the alien thing. You guys talk about aliens, and I've never been abducted by an alien, but I've had sex with an illegal alien. Does that count, dude? And I thought that was got to be the funniest thing I think I've ever heard in a long time. That was a long time ago, but dude, that is some good stuff, man. So you're a cover for the list. You're a cover for the list? The hell are you talking about, child? Cover for the list. Okay, Greg got it. I just thought it was great. I was at a CDL. I was like, just laughing. Dude, like kind of slumped because my eyes almost instantly tearing up. I'm like, no way, dude. That was incredible. Because I grew up, right there. I was born in Los Angeles, California, in the concrete jungle. Most of my friends were Latino. You know what I'm saying? And these people are total, complete fucking assholes right now in America. The most vain, vile generation ever seen to treat humanity. I don't care. How about the right of the Constitution? So I can't stand Americans are the sickest generation ever. You know what I'm saying? The way they treat their own people right now is just disgusting. They ship all this money to war. I know I worked the war machine. I was a military police in the army. I know war. Military police, the first ones that go to battle and the last ones to leave. Remember warning? Oh, you can't do that. Prisoners of war and all that, whatever. But everybody just keeps love serving the beast. So I did a stream 2-3 streams ago where we were trying to talk to people only outside of the U.S. to see what their opinion was on the U.S. Because people have their opinion because they live within the country. Many people have never left the country. There are people who have dual citizenship and, go to other countries and stretch their dollars, Yep, Ireland's a mess. Everything is, man. Everything. Greg, thanks for coming. Were you here the other day from Ireland? I'm not sure. I think we had a Greg in there. Were you the same person the other day? But anyway, so appreciate you guys coming in and making comments. Um, I'm a pussy because look at what H5J says. I'm a pussy because I had to pull over because I heard something funny. Look at this person calls me a pussy, guys. Look at society. You have to live with people like this, just so you know. Oh, hold on. I'm trying to. Let's bring that back. What's it? Quicks H5 says, "Why are you such a pussy? You literally had to pull over because you heard something funny." You know what? That's okay with you. Moderators, get this person out of here, man. Gato, pussy, no habla español. Pendejo, adios, muchacho. So I need to brush up on my Espanol. My bad. So I've been watching you for a while. I agree with. No, you don't have to agree with me on everything there, Rand. Appreciate you coming in. And I dig that. And I don't. And I mean, you didn't have to say anything at all. Seriously, Rand, I like Ren and Stimpy because you know if you've been watching, I'm going to say something, right? Not that it's not. Don't judge them by their cover. You know them by their fruit. Appreciate you coming forward and just saying something. You didn't have to. I know there's people who are always coming in here and watching because this number doesn't reflect the channel numbers. It's a shadow band channel. I've been doing this 6 years. You know what I'm saying? So appreciate those who watch and glean from the comment section. I'm just one of, the whole ministry is not. We have a kind of a regular base that it's kind of crazy too because we have a lot of people that show up from outside the country because I respect people to have to be on the other end of all these, greatest war machine ever and have to be under the threat of the U.S. military, Navy, greatest Navy ever, Marines, tip of the spear, Army, Air Force, you know what I'm saying? So you don't have to agree with everything, but I want to have hopefully people hear humanity and more. This is just a gospel-based channel. We're supposed to go be charitable, show people the narrow way. Most people don't want to hear it, but that doesn't change how you interact with society. I treat everything the same. Love thy neighbor like thy enemy, like thyself. And people don't like that, but I'm not here to be nice. The word nice to me is to be stupid. So, Ren, appreciate you coming in and making a mention and saying something because you don't have to. And I know sometimes you guys come forward and it makes this edifying. Its Father is making me do this through Jim Brown, Grace and Truth Ministries, because I lack fellowship. I'm a loner. I don't have friends. I don't have family. Father took just my dog recently. My son, I don't think he's here. My daughter, Father's been very cruel to me, but I'm not going to stop serving him. I'm going to serve the word. There's nothing my son, Matthew 10:34-39, it is the backbone of this ministry here at HD FAT, High Desert Faith and Truth Ministries, because he who loves the son more than me is not worthy of me. I come to separate a son from his father. Now, in that case, if Matthew 10:34-39, that's not what's going on with my son and I, because that's where it says where one believes and the other doesn't. A man's enemies be the one of his own household. So we can't love anything in the world if we're not willing to give our life, not in a literal, like I'm a veteran. I don't mean that way, but for Father, that's the promise of hell. And you have to be willing. No, Father will make you do it if I didn't call out to their hearts to seek after me. Seek after me, right? Seeking you shall find, ask you shall receive, knock. He tells us not to sup with vipers, right? And we don't break bread with people who don't want to help themselves. So I appreciate the ministry through Brother Jim Brown at Grace and Truth Ministries, because he just put the word on me. And this channel wouldn't even be here if Brother Jim didn't put the word on me. He didn't want to hear you're a loner and I this and I don't care that. He said, look, no excuses. Like right now, it's taking everything for me, brothers, sisters, to not run to the woods and just kind of disappear for a long time, because I don't have anything else. I have a connection to Father, and I have to share this gospel. So what I'm trying to do is not listen to the flesh and do what Father tells me. Share, don't boast because you know. Woe if you don't go share the light. You have to go. So I'm trying to prepare a mobile ministry, not planning, because Father will wreck plans. He already wrote all things and everything not written and everything that ever will be. So there's no luck, there's no free will, no gods in the sky. He knows what's going to happen even before you do it. He wrote all things. So there's self-will, which is the Greek word porneia, or idolatry. That's why he divorced his bride, Israel, because she went after other gods in the sky and made up her own Targum or made up their own law. Agape, Torah, Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy was the law. 613 statutes, commandments, and that's not a religion. So I'm not a religious person. I don't like religion, organized religion, because it's vain. They don't study. It means worthless. They don't study one word study. They don't use a lexicon. Even when they Bible study, they Bible. They don't scripturally study historical record. And if you'll go over and study Jim Brown, he's got 4 decades on my 3 and more. He remembers stuff from school. I heard in school but didn't listen. I didn't really go to school much when I was young until about the 4th grade, but he remembers stuff in the 2nd and 3rd grade. He is the most versed person I've ever known, like in just grammar, basic, the way you can understand it. He's not as mathematical, but he is extremely mathematical. You're not going to get anything over on Brother Jim Brown with the math. He has a mathematical brain. If you listen, Father's mathematical. He does everything by the number. 7's the number of maturity. 40 days, 40. There's nothing Father doesn't do that he doesn't do by the number. You know what I'm saying? So what I like about Brother Jim Brown is he gives you the root of all, words. Every word, that root, the dialect, it has a base, verb, noun, predicate, adjective. All this Brother Jim teaches. I don't want to try to teach that in here. I don't want to. That's not for me. I share the gospel. I'm not Jim Brown. I don't want to be Jim Brown. Jim Brown is just doing what Brother Jim Brown is told to by Father. That's all he does. Jim Brown is told, don't sup with vipers, don't cast your pearls before swine, share the gospel, and that's what he does. Full-time pastor. That's what he does. Been doing it for how many years, first on television and on radio, before there was ever the interweb, you know what I'm saying? So thank you, Brother Jim Brown, for not taking and having no excuses on me, because, man, I just want to run to the woods and get away. Father has just taken and stripped my life of everything, and I might be getting thrown in jail, of all things, for just standing up and wasn't violent. I only used words, and I didn't threaten anybody with violence. It's not what I did, and I'm not worried about it. I know Father is watching me. He's inside me. I'm not getting away with things, society, with them thinking God's in the sky and they're going to have to go to a church. They forget that God's inside them all the time, looking out behind their eyes, and knows that when they're in there doing their little thing, and you know what I'm saying? So that they're not getting away from the attention, the tensions the world doesn't see. Yes, he does. He sees Christ in you. The kingdom of heaven is within. That's what Paul was showing you. He circumcised the flesh. We have that perfect man that can't sin. Circumcised the laws of the flesh, not the physical male genitalia, but the laws of flesh. Paul knew the gospel because Father's writings through Paul are the gospel. If you don't understand that, then you wouldn't like Jim Brown probably either. So if you can't understand the gospel is Luke, Matthew, Peter, Mark, Paul, these are all Father's writing through the gospel. So you have to understand how Father works. He created, remember, all things, everything not written and everything that ever will be. So he's all knowing, and you can't cheat God. There's no cheating. You try to stack the deck or weigh the dice. He knows where the dice will land. He knows where the cards will fall. It don't work like that. See, that's what people have a hard time. They think they have free will. There's no free will. It's called self-will. And that's the Greek word porneus. That's why I suggest you go see Brother Jim Brown. People can get it here, but nobody on this. I guarantee you can send your highest biblical scholar and whatever vain religion you think you are. I'm not a Christian. Brother Jim can he referred. Christ is the one who was anointed oil, the one they hung from a tree, who was not birthed in the middle of the winter on December 25th. He was born when the shepherds were in the field with the sheep, and there's no way in hell that's the Hamashiach. That is Satan, the sun god. That's the Masseh god, that they ate the human flesh, or they thought the sun was dying at the equinox. They prayed to Saturn, and they had an orgy. So that is not the Hamashiach. That is Apollyon, the one that Donald Trump has his house decorated with. Grow up. So you're not welcome here. I don't do politics. Brother Jim don't do politics either. He don't talk about none of that crap like I do in here. If he brings it up, you'll ever watch Jim Brown? I don't care. He don't, and he knows Trump's not getting you to be with Father. Biden's not getting you to Father. The only way to the Father is through the Hados, through the Hamashiach, through the one they hung for me, born of Bethlehem, not of Nazareth. Remember, nothing good could come of Nazareth, right? But then they wouldn't have hung him from a tree. So he could have made this contract with his bride. He knew exactly. Remember the unblemished sacrificial lamb? Not a single broken bone in his body. He fulfilled all these rituals, celebrations, the law. Whenever he hung on a tree, it said it was fulfilled. So go see Jim Brown too. He'll help you even in more detail, and I wouldn't even be having this ministry. So I'm thankful because it's still rebuking my heart today what Brother Jim told me, because since that time, Father has taken my son, my daughter from me, and the only people I had any connection my whole entire life, and I'm in my 50s where I don't have any connection to anybody, and taken my dog just recently, and I might be going and spending some time sitting in a rape cage, but hallelujah, Father's will be done. I'm not going to try to make plans. I'm just going to prepare for both. Preparedness, remember, he's been preparing for over 2,600 years. He's seated at the right hand of the Father. He ain't done preparing yet. No, 126 years. And then he got nothing on what Father, remember, he sent his son to fulfill all the law, right? And then he said, I go to where my Father's house is at, which is the kingdom of heaven is within, to prepare that place. And he's still preparing over 2,600 years ago. That doesn't make, I'm not saying Noah. They scoffed at that old man for decades and never even rained one single drop, right? Not one. Very good water drop this time. So we're not in the age of deception anymore. Remember, Father calls out to the heart of the bride. They'll do what they're supposed to. They're the disciples that enter through the straight gate. Most go to hell because most enter through the wide gate because they're in the broad way. Somebody's in the broad way, you show them to the narrow way. You're only here to do one thing on this rock. Well, two things. Share the gospel and share the gospel. He said he'd send 2 witnesses, so that's what I'm here to do. You don't like that, go somewhere else. Go on one of your vain religious channels that call themselves Mormons or Baptists or pagans or, Christians or Catholic. Catholics are Satanists. All of them follow this Pope, Papa, Mass A. Today's the Mass A, crackers and grape juice. Eat my body, drink my blood. Father, the Mass A is the eating of human flesh. That's cannibalism and vampism. Drink my blood. You're just perverting because you think it's okay, and it's not. You're not even supposed to celebrate a single day. When it says in the Old Testament, honor thy father. If your dad's a Jezebel, if he does things that are not righteous, depart from him. Remember, it said, do not partake in unfruitful works of darkness. Rebuke them. If they're in the broad way, show them the light, or leave them alone. Leave them alone. When it says in the Old Testament, honor thy mother, your mother is not your mom. That's not what your mother is. Read the Testament. It says your mother is your brothers and sisters. That's your correction. That is the tree of life, knowledge, if you will, right? They died because they ate of the tree of knowledge. He said you will surely die, right? But you will be perished for lack of. Mother is wisdom. That's right. It is our correction. Mother, your brothers and sisters are your mother, those that do the will of the Father, and Father sends us to reproof the word with each other that are in the narrow way, not vipers. Do not sup with vipers. Don't break bread. Don't put them in your house and put them up. Give them some light, but then show them to the exit. You don't break bread, brothers and sisters. That's what it says. He put it on tables of the hearts of the bride. Do you understand? So most people go to hell because they don't even define the definition of the abyss, what hell is. They're already there. It's the emptiness in their head, brothers and sisters. You don't die or go to hell or go to heaven. The heaven is within, the kingdom of heaven. The earth is the ruled. Heavens are the ruling class. Father had a favorite. It was Aaron and Levite. He didn't love the Gentiles. The law didn't apply to the Gentiles, keeping the Sabbath, the Levitical laws, letting the land lie, Levite, letting the land lie fallow, rest. You know what I'm saying? Communism of sonship. Yeah, the communion of sonship. There we go. Good stuff. Appreciate it. But you know what I'm saying? Brothers, people are so lost in religion right now. It waters them down. They're just in this big pool of religion, which is nothing. Father is the Hokadesh, spirit, faith, things unseen. Legs, remember, on our faith. Maranatha, until I return. Have your lamps trimmed, have extra oil, and have your loins girded. Believe is an action word. It's a verb, not a noun. Faith is a noun. Belief is a verb. So his bride, the disciples, they'll be bearing that cross. They'll be suffering. If You deny me in front of your friends and your family, on this modern day space, this web, I'll deny you in front of my Father. So Father is the Most High. He sent his Son to fill all these testaments of old, the laws of flesh. And remember, 613 statutes, commandments. Which ones were the laws of flesh? Don't put yourself under the laws of flesh, or you ripped Christ down from the tree he hung and put yourself right back under those laws of Aaron and Levi. Yes, you will, where one sin is death, and even nothing's changed, because under this New Testament, at a jot death, at a tittle death, at a thought that's pornea, death. Better start reading Matthew 10:34 through 39. Better start using your lexicon. Better stop focusing on all these other rejected books that were not canonized because they weren't aligned with the gospel or the aletheia truth definition. Stop being a scatterbrain like I was for decades, thinking I could read it like a book. Read it one word at a time. Use your lexicon. Get the definition of the word you're trying to study. Don't try to study it like a book, like some romance novel or some Western. Read it one word at a time. Use your concordance and sup with those that are in the narrow way. Reproof the word with those that are in the narrow way. That's what the word is there to be reproofed. But only those who, it is there for that reason. But do you do because this word is a living testament? He was the testor of that will. Do you understand? When he made that covenant with his bride, it was only for the ones that would be bearing their cross, be crucified and standing up to the beast of this modern day. They can know religion. They can know everything in the world. Remember, hypocrites? You can know everything, quote every verse, know it. If you're not a living testament, a living apocalypse, a living revelation of these pages that were written of this remnant, then you're just some watered down religion. Father knows what's in the heart of the bride. Do you understand? He makes them go out and bear that crucifixion like a crucible, or to be burned. He said we're supposed to be like gold and silver, be put to the high heat. That's the baptism. That's a fiery baptism that we go through. That blood, not spiritual fire, spiritual blood. It is. It's all spiritual now. There is no physical. He fulfilled all the laws of flesh. And if you fall and put yourself under the laws of flesh, put yourself right back under the laws of Aaron and Levi. Back in the Broadway. Hados is the word narrow. Okay? 73, Hados. He said, I am the Hados. That word means to be in the same narrow way as Christ. We have to do what he was doing, standing up to religion, the government, and the law, being thrown in a jail cell. Like Paul, how long did he sit there? He wrote some of his best writings in a jail cell, correct? Yeah. So Father is, remember? Father is the word Hokadesh. Christ is the word in flesh, right? The Hamashiach, they hung from a tree and it stretched him back so he couldn't breathe because the Romans were masters at torture, nailed him back, pegged or nailed or staked him to a yoke or stock, like they staked people to the stock exchange. They spend money on all these war machine and then take from the poorest people in this country, the war machine, the beast you're supposed to be standing up to. Remember, you've turned my Father's house into a den of thieves, and now the body. Remember, because the Most High does not dwell in temples made by hands. Remember? So if you're not a living testament, a walking, living, standing, then you're not a disciple and you're already in hell. You're going to hell. You're fooling yourself. The hypocrites, the lukewarm Christians, if you want, the unbelievers, the adulterers. Oh, yeah. Only the ones he chose. So you're not doing it. Remember, he said, if I didn't call out to their hearts to seek after me, not one of them would. So there's no such thing as accepting Christ. Can't accept Christ. Christ said, the Father said, if I didn't call out to their hearts to seeking you shall find, asking you shall receive, knock, and I will come sup. And he tells us not to sup with vipers. Remember, reproof the word. Timothy, add to your faith. So people don't love the word, they love the world. Remember, he said, come out of her, my people. Do not partake in unfruitful works of darkness. Rebuke them with the light. Do not judge them by their cover. You'll know them by their fruit. Unfruitful works of darkness. The eye is the lamp of the body, the vessel. The body is a temple. The vessel, if the eye is filled with light, then the whole vessel is filled with light. That is the word horizo. Horizo. He didn't say I'm the light. He said I am the horizo. And that means I separate the light, the dark, from my light. You can't be born again. You're supposed to be born from above, and that's not above your head. Above means without flesh. I come quickly, let no one take your crown, Revelation 3:11. 2 kings, 2 crowns, remember? Hello. Oh, how about Nebuchadnezzar? How about Solomon? You guys, the word. The word. Father's the word. Father is the word. Remember, he said before Abraham was I am. Right? He told, oh, well, they remember that they knew he was father in flesh, Ares, the god of fire and sacrifice and war, the heavens, the ones no weapon formed against you will prosper. Your enemy come against you one way if you don't go after other gods. Baal and the grove, worship all these tree gods and sun gods and Moloch and make up your own law. Your enemy will come against you one way and I'll make them flee 7 ways. That is Ares. That's Father the Ram. That's the tabernacle where he said he'd go to where his father's house is at, and that place of rest. David declared him the Lamb of God. That makes Father the Ram. Remember? That's Ares, if you know anything in the celestial firmament, but you think there's gods in the sky. So, Father is perfect, right? He sent his son because they had perverted his agape. Remember Deuteronomy? You thwarted my agape. They had perverted. They made their targum with their halakha. The women had not even committed a physical act of adultery. They had thrown him out there on the streets. You are literally not release these women from their bill of marriage and giving them a bill of divorce. They can't even be legally remarried. Yeah, you created your halakha. Now, if you covet another man's wife, that is adultery. And you're supposed to be giving her half of what you own. Oh, this little baby Jesus, this little sex pistol born in a manger Jesus. That's the transgender Jesus. Satan, Mithra, birthed on December 25th. These people love this Jesus. That's what Paul said, another Jesus and another gospel, and they love the other gospel. See? The other gospel. What's the other gospel? Add a jot. That's the other gospel. Add another tittle. Add a thought. That's the other gospel. There's only one gospel, brothers and sisters, and that's the unchanged gospel that Brother Jim teaches, trying to show you. I'm just showing you what it's in the definition. The gospel is suffering. Peace is antichrist. The ellipsis is tribulation. That's anti-peace, false prosperity, peace and prosperity. That's scorpizzo. Anybody who's telling you that's not. We must go through much tribulation, Paul said. The ellipsis to receive that kingdom of God, which you call now heaven, and that's not in the sky. That is, remember, he's our prize. 2 kings, 2 crowns. Who's your prize? Maranatha, until I return, have your loins girded in my service. This is the gospel. Come out of her, my people. I only share the gospel in here. I don't care about any other text. I reject it. There's a reason they rejected the 22, right? Yeah, wasn't aligned with the gospel and wasn't aligned with the aletheia truth. So you go somewhere else and learn your teaching. I'm not saying I have walls and walls of all these studies, but I only hyper focus on the gospel. So the only way to the Father is through the gospel. The narrow is the way. We have to do what Christ did. Narrow. It's a long, narrow way. Anything Christ gives you is not going to be some quick fix. There is no sit down on Sunday and your friends see you. Now you're a Christian and now you're going to go to heaven. You know how many people have that belief? I believe in Jesus and I'm going to go to heaven. No, you're not. You're going to hell. Believe is not a thought in your head. You are already in your own hell. You're not on a planet and it's not 2025. Get away from me. You stink like an earthly ruled being. You are. You're flesh. You're ruled by your flesh. You're ruled by your tongue, your dialect, and your eyes. And he warned about idolatry. That's the Greek word porneia. Anything you see made of dirt is idol. Whether it's small or it's large, 58-story tower or wherever you want to lay in the dirt. Came from the dirt and it's going to go back to the dirt. I'm a man of the land and soil. I practice and live the natural, organic law of the land. I'm not under the law. I'm talking about the color of law, Black's law. You people live by, you forgot that if you live as a corporation, then you're going to be judged as a corporation. You know what I'm saying? That's right. Judge that shall be judged. The measure you pour out will be poured back out on you. So if you pay for murder dollars and you have a W-2 tax job in America, you're a mass murderer. When you're judged, just because your ignorance is not going to get you away from you killing people with your murder dollar, as you lap up 40% of the world's resources and it be 3% of the populace. This is the strangulation corporation nation, is former constitutional republic, now a corporation open for business on the U.S. Stock Exchange in New York. What do you know? Drop 3 steel buildings with 2 airplanes, and you can resurrect a one world freedom tower. No free will, no luck, no fortunes, no gods in the sky, no Lucifer, no Jesus, no rapture, no planet. It's not 2025. Heaven's not above your head. Hell's not below your feet. Stop it. So you're just pulling this nonsense. You're supporting the beast. And every time you go to work, you punch the clock and you know, whatever, you hitting the snooze bar. Either way, wake up, late to work there. Cock-a-doodle-doo with this guy. Any cock will do, but I don't know. Prostitution, I guess. That's whatever. Remember, he said, remember, you're supposed to give him half of what you own. I'm giving it all to him, not this just the tip ritual they like to do. Cock rocket, virology, you know. You ever study virology? Never mind. These people just love their warp speed rituals, and they just keep doing the same thing, yuga cycles on them over and over. Nothing new under the sun, like Solomon said. No king's ritual, but yep, nothing new under the sun. They keep riding the yuga, the Kali yuga cycles. Remember, going back to Kali. So I know that. I was burnt on the hill in the valley. How about that? I walk in the shadow of the valley of death, right? So it's okay. Remember, even to this day, you'd be without counsel. I get tens of thousands of dollars just in his attorney, over $100,000, and he ain't even called me. And we're literally now weeks away, literally 2 weeks to pre-trial in 3 weeks, and not a call for one of the best attorneys. So I got to go back to Luke 12 and 11, don't I? Hey, I do it every time, man. You think that giving up, and it ain't about money. I don't care about money. Remember, I paid the ministry off without getting myself an attorney, getting my son an attorney. Could have cost him his life. No, it didn't. My son's day of death was already written. So what can I do? Just stand in faith is all I can do. The things unseen, Father will write all these. Remember algebra? I'm prior pig, jackboot thug cop, you know. They kill my son. I know it. It's Marshall. It's, if he's alive, how is he not? Whatever. I don't even talk about it. Let's not get in on that subject. I've been trying to hang out with my puppy, preparing to go to jail. So over the same thing, they dropped my daughter, same charges, the same charge they got against me 14 months later. They're still trying to charge me with the same thing they dropped hers for the same exact thing. So, so no worries. I know that Father is the creator and the writer of all things, and that I'll get to die someday. And until then, I don't have anything in this world. I'm not attached to anything. The only thing I'm attached to is the ministry. So maybe if Father allows me not to go to prison, I will go on the road. And remember, I don't have a record. So this will all get ironed out in the end. He pours out a just measure. He says that. So I have no regrets for anything I've done, even if I was responsible for the one getting my own son killed, because I didn't take the gold and silver and spend it to go on the road, because he wanted me to just stop trying to stay here and stop being a loner. I don't go visit him. I won't go stay over there. And all I do is Jesus. All I do is this ministry. And I got to do more in life. And kind of like Brother Jim, he put Brother Jim on me, and I wasn't where he was. I didn't listen to him because I thought I could pay the ministry off, give him some silver, and have some money to go on the road for myself. Just get by. Like a bird not worries what it's in the field, what it's going to eat. So that's where I'm headed now, because I'm out of here. If they don't throw me in jail, I'm going to go, because I don't want to be in America anymore. And I love this, country enough, the people here, not the country itself. I'm a veteran. I took an oath to the right of the people to purchase something that even if I leave, I want to be able to come back. I don't want to turn my back on the people here. God's bride is in all 180 countries. Even if this is the hub, the belly of the beast, if you will, I'm not turning my back. Remember, $47,000 took to pay the ministry off. So it's not about money for me. It's about going and trying to just take the ministry on the road, because I think it'll be a much better ministry mobile. And I need to take, my son told me to take a vacation, and I didn't listen to him, and I probably got him killed. I did. I'm responsible for it, but nobody even go look for him where he's at. So I didn't mean to do it. It wasn't literally like, that's not how it the gold and silver that I didn't spend, he told me that was going to get stolen, got stolen, and that is what I believe that got him killed, and my daughter too. So not just my son, but both my son and my daughter. But who am I? I don't know. I don't know. I can't even report their bodies murdered. I've already tried. I keep getting thrown in jail over it, so can't worry about it anymore. I'm either going to jail for a while in 21 days or 14 days. They'll drop the case. So, you know. And I might not go to jail, but I think if they take me to trial, they already dropped my daughter's charges for the same thing they're charging me with, the same exact thing. We did the same thing. Just told my son, don't stop the car. That's what they said. They saw her not to. I never heard her say that, but I did. I told them don't stop the car. But remember, they didn't pull up with lights or sirens, or there was no pursuit. There was nobody got out of the car. There was no, he turned around. I told him to leave because he's actually on my property. He drove onto my property and told him to leave, and he turned around and left. So, you need to be put in jail. Okay, cool. I need to be put in jail. Why do I need to be put in jail? Let's ask Jula. JD, why do I need put in jail, JD? Because I got my son and daughter killed? Should I be put in jail for that because I didn't listen to my son? And then when I said to Marshall, hey, Marshall, you said, is he a federal marshal? Marshall, you said you had the silver, and the gold, but now you're saying my daughter has it. One day I'm going to talk to her. That's going to be in 14 to 21 days. Because if that happens, I'm going to go talk to her, my daughter's family, and figure out why they haven't contacted me. And so do I need to go to jail? What do I need to go to jail for? Because I stood up and told my son not to stop the vehicle. Did you ever watch the live stream? Oh man, I was hoping you could let him answer. So, hey, I want to hear everybody's opinion, brothers, sisters. I don't care. I don't care what happens to me like that. I can't change it. I'm not going to be able to change anything. Nope. I'm just preparing for both. So I have one more thing that I need to do before I leave here to go on the road, and I'm going to try to accomplish that. And well, I probably should make some gas money, but I'll figure it out. I told you I'm going to leave here with nothing this time. I'd leave if I had to leave with my without a vehicle. So I'll go on foot if I had to, but I'm going to try to keep my horse here. Whatever. I didn't get the double cab, and I can't buy no double cab anymore. I spent over $100,000. I could have bought 5 double cabs, but I have this 90. It's a 4Runner. It's a 3rd generation 4Runner, so it's okay. I'm going to make it work. It's my horse. It's my donkey. It's cheap. It doesn't get great gas mileage, but I spent money on it. So, and we'll see if I can get on the road and go share the gospel, because I don't need money. I'm all over the physical experience. Remember, I paid everything off. I have one other piece of land that my son and daughter are supposed to be moving on, and now I don't think they're even alive. So I'm not even sure, again, what to do with that. So at this point, but I'll figure it out. Hopefully I can just take a vacation and, no, I can't get a suspended sentence, Ziggy. If you take it to trial, they're going to throw the book at you. Now, I don't have a record. Remember, I don't have a record. And so, but that doesn't matter. Like I said, they would have dropped this 14 months ago. They have it out. They had a hard on for me, obviously. So they wouldn't let it go this far. So I'm not tripping. Remember, I don't even want to, I'll just drop it. We'll move on. I don't care what happens to me, Father. The worst thing now is that I'm going to be separated from Pants. And he's already struggling. Remember, he's already having a hard time with Tango being gone. And I was really concerned about if I went to jail that Tango, would struggle because he has a lot of separation disorder. So it's in Father's hands. I am not in fear. Every time they put me in jail, if you look at the video evidence, it's me teaching those guys in jail and getting some heat for it, but I don't care. I just share the gospel. You know what I'm saying? Okay, I'm demon possessed. Let's see. Now, JD, we're going to slow you down. Now, you were unhidden. Now, remember, don't hide JD. You were unhidden. Do you know that, JD, you were hidden and then you got unhidden? Okay, you got unhidden, JD. So everybody, 14 people in the room, look at JD. There could be more people in here, but it's just no matter. JD, can you define the word demon? Can you define the word demon? Can you define the word truth, JD? Let's see if JD. We'll hide him again if he can't say anything. If he's just some bumbling, whatever. You got unhidden for a reason, JD. You said I need to be thrown in jail. I deserve to go to jail. So now you're saying, so you're just everything going to say anti. Would you like to explain why and define the word demon? Give me the definition of a demon. That's actually the word demonion replaced in the scripture now with the word devil. So Correct. So tell everybody what the word, you called me and said I'm demon possessed. Tell everybody what the word demon is. Correct? No, you're wrong. Or do you have bipolar or something like that? Some ADHD? You need some ADT home security. You feel a little insecure coming in here, JD, trying to get somebody to give you some attention here. It's an adult only stream. Now, JD, you're going to have to define the word definition to stay in demon, the definition of the demon, what the word demon is. Demonion, 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 demonion. Hello. So don't repeat yourself. Give me the definition. You said I deserve or I should go to jail. Now I heard you. We could just hide you again. So don't say anything. Give me the definition of what a demon is, because you said I'm demon possessed. What is my crimes? Tell everybody what my crimes is, JD. Do you know crimes is a term of accounting, criminal? JD, you have the education of a fly. Tell everybody about the case, JD. Tell everybody about the case. You seem to know about the case. Tell somebody about the case, JD. Come on, JD. Tell everybody about this case. You know so much. I made it all discovery. Thousands of hours of discovery on a federal appellate case if they try to convict me. They can't. I haven't committed a crime. Remember what is a crime, right? Well, you have to be convicted. It's innocent until proven guilty. So you'll hear it in court. Listen to this person. Listen to this. They can't say anything. So you're not going to define the word demon. You're not going to define the word demon. So JD, I don't care what you're saying. So we'll go one more time with you. I don't care. Father's going to do whatever. Nothing's going to happen that Father didn't already write. So I'm not even concerned about your silly words. So give me the definition of the word demon. You said I was demon possessed. We unhid you, man. You said I should go to jail. And then I'll talk to you about the case. I don't mind. I have nothing to hide. You said I didn't hide. I'm hiding from my crimes. Slow down, JD. Stop talking for a minute. Give me the definition. Don't say you are. Give me the definition of the word demon. That is the word daemonion. In the scripture, it is the word demon. Give the definition of the word life sentence. Life sentence, guys. See what I'm saying? This is an ass. So we'll just make it that don't hide him yet. JD is what Christ would call a brute beast. Brutish in nature, has an unwillingness, stubborn like a goat or like an ass, like a donkey. They don't want to learn. They don't want to listen. It's like, put your name at the top of the paper. He can't even put his name at the top of the paper. People like this are just frontal lobotomy. You don't know nothing about the case. You can start asking questions about the case. You don't know nothing about the case at all. So JD is what Father would call a hypocrite, because he's acting like he knows, like an actor, like everybody's an actor, being nice. Nice to me is be stupid. He's stupid. He didn't know anything about the case. Life sentence? I'm not facing no life sentence. They're being fairy tales. They're blowing things up, being sensational. No, hey, they didn't want you to hide them yet. I wanted them to listen. That's why I wanted to just leave them in here so we could see what else they had to say. You know, make an example. We do it on this channel all the time. This person's saying, I come in and I need to go to prison or to jail. Let's see what they know about the case. So it's okay. You don't have to unhide them again. But I mean, this is the foolishness of society. They come in, and I understand it's the interweb and people are, they come in and do their troll thing. But, I might go to jail, but it's not going to be for no life or anything like that. I didn't kill my son, literally kill my son. It was probably Josephine County. The law enforcement was involved because they wouldn't even take a report of his dead body in Josephine County, nor my daughter, nor will the state police who shot him with his hands over his head and kidnapped my daughter. So I'm pretty sure the state police in Josephine County are involved in his murder because they owe Elijah a lot of money. And I don't think Elijah cares about the money, because if he's alive, maybe he's just somewhere living his life, but doesn't care about, probably 10, 20, 30, 40, $50 million grenade pin that they grenaded his wife from a dead sleep, both of them, and came with excessive force. That's cruel and unusual punishment. That's a violation of due process, Fourth Amendment, Fifth Amendment. There's so many violations in this SWAT raid that they did. And it's my negligence to file the case. But once again, I don't think taxpayers should have to pay for the criminal negligence of their supposed to be public servant or community servants. I've done this job. I was SWAT trained, special weapons and tactics. I've done this for a living as well. So I know what these people can do, and they broke the law. They have, the right of, immunity, not to be sued, qualified, but they lose that qualified immunity when they break the law. You can't come in and grenade somebody from a dead sleep. There was no justification for that. There was no threat of any threat to them at all whatsoever. And so, you know, oh, I talk so fast. It must be demonic, huh? A demon is a distributor of fortunes or lies. He couldn't even give me the definition. So if my son was alive, I do think he'd be filing this. So it's almost over, guys. Maybe we'll see. Father could pull in something else on me. Tomorrow's it's on the 24th. Tomorrow's the 10th, right? 2 to 3 weeks. You won't see me here anymore. All these people getting tired of seeing me here. I'll be gone, right? Send me to jail. I may never come back again. Remember what Stack said. I believe when you locked up your only friend in there, Jesus like him, destined to die at the hands of my enemies. I'm in drop tops like John F. Kennedy. So they rack and stack you in there. People don't like people like me in jail because they don't like religious people, and I'm not religion, so they don't want to hear it, anything, That's okay. It never stops me. Go look on camera. Every time they throw me in jail, I'm always sharing the gospel, whether people want to hear it or not. I don't care. I'm not there to make friends with people. I don't care. Put me in a fucking cage. I'm not going to stop sharing the word. Put me in a den of lions, and I'm going to fucking share the word. They eat me, man. What am I going to do? So my death's already written. I ain't running from my death. I ain't trying to cheat it. I ain't trying to, stand in front of a moving train either. So, any words? So, all right. Well, we'll see. I know we're getting close. I'm glad that things are not going ape shit and bananas in America, and that food is getting distributed to some states, and people are showing some reserve, and maybe this shit will just blow over here, and Father just did it for, I mean, I don't mean to go there, but what would I know? Well, you guys, you guys will have to rely on each other. You know what I'm saying, Ziggy? That's why I want to try to keep this going. I'll try to give Kevin my phone and have him pay the phone bill and just come in and let the ministry come up for a little bit. He doesn't have to. He might, Kevin. I think Kevin come up and talk to you guys. I don't think Kevin's shy. I don't think he'd pull what I do, sit up here and talk the whole time. But I think he'd say, hey, guys, what's going on? And get you going. I'm going to come in here for a little while and talk to you guys and a little bit, because he's a good dude. I love Brother Kevin. And he's not perfect. I'm not perfect, but he's a smart dude. He is fucking smart, man. He's done a lot of studying. He's had some time to study too. Father's given him an abundance of time to be able to, he's very current event, understanding what's going on with all of us right now, so cool. So we'll see, man. Look at this. We're getting weeks away, literally 2 or 3 weeks now. Literally 2 to 3 weeks, guys. Holy smokes. That one almost got a lick. So, but it'll, like I said, it'll all work out. I'm not going to try to push something that Father's going to do to me. Obviously, I've gotten, this far, so it's gone this far. So I don't know where it'll take it from here. So I'm just trying to hang out with my puppy. Just hang out with my good boy for now. Since it's just us here now. Just me and the pants and the kittens. Not in the ladies. Well, the chickens out there. We have to go put the chickens up in a little bit, huh? Sun's going down. We got 5 eggs today. I had steak and eggs for dinner. Thank you, Father. It was a chuck eye and eggs, fresh eggs, man. Much better than that. Wow. It's getting so close. It's getting very close. So. Yeah, we got 5 again today, so they're doing a good job. I need to get that. I worked on some other stuff today. I didn't work on the ladies' hen house. I got a little sidetracked today, just doing other things here and there. So I had somebody come over and look at wanted to trade for wood, and then they came and looked at the vehicles, and so did some other things on the front fence and stuff. I found actually a couple more license plates. Found an older RV plate that I had that I knew I did somewhere, and I found it. And then I had an old bleached out Montana plate. You can't even see it. It's like silver. You know, when plates kind of get old, they just kind of get a silver look to it. But threw that up on the fence, and I did a couple other things out here, but that was about it. Did some live streaming. We already did some live streaming today, obviously, we already did our ministry work. So now we're doing more work. Still working for the ministry with my puppet. Just hanging out with my boy. He's the one that I love. Woo, woo, woo. He's the one that I love. He is the one I love. Mr. Bobo. Oh, one of me. Oh, yes, indeed. He's the one that I love. He is the one I love. All right. He's my boy. So, yeah, we'll see. Like I said, I'm sure Kevin will bring the ministry up if something like that happens. So, guys, he's got to call me hopefully next week. I don't know why the attorney would call me the week of. I need to get Mr. Bobo a new collar. I need to get him a new collar. I gotta look for a new collar for him. I don't like this collar. I've had it, and it won't stay his hair the way he is. It just keeps opening up no matter what. He just so silly boy. He's kind of a hard dog for collars, man. It's even like when I didn't realize when Tango passed that he didn't even have his name tag on him. His biggest didn't have his name tag. He had that on him just the other day. I swore he had that name tag on him. I don't know how it was gone. Oh. But I still kind of want to be on the hunt. I want to try to put enough funds away to go, and then somewhere on the road, if I'm on the road, I can find it. If I go, uh, um, try to get that nest, that roof nest, that CVT tent, and I think I'll be good. I started packing today. I packed all that food that I got the other day into a backpack and filled it up with, finished it off with like rice and beans and some Himalayan pink salt and stuff. So started getting some of this stuff. Went in the back and got my sleeping mat. I know how to sleep mat, my tent. I have a tent just in case I can't get a tent. I need some kind of tent to sleep on and a sleeping mat. So trying to get all these things together here because I seriously want to be ready to like go on the road, man. On the road and come back when Father makes me come back, whenever that day may be. So if you're going with me, I'll probably be leaving like somewhere the first week of December. If you want to take a ride and go take a vacation, I'm probably not going to go any further south with at least the vehicle at this point than Panama. I don't think I want to try to cross over into Ecuador. So, all aboard. So, if that's what Father's going to allow me to do. So, but, wow, we're only going to have to do this so much longer, guys. Yeah, I just kind of kicked around today. I didn't do what I wanted, but I got to hang out with my puppy. He was working with the dad. He was helping the dad today. And yeah, so maybe the guy wants to do half and half. I gave away the prices on that Ford truck. I told him I'd do it for $3,000. They both will do firewood. They're firewood cutters. And I told the guy that he could have the flatbed for $3,500. He's like, so he's a hard worker. He's a manager. Um, he has nice things. He's a hard worker, so maybe he'll pull it off. I showed him. I have 2 hits online I've listed it for $4,000. I know this guy. He's a good young man. I really dig him. I dig his energy. He's super hard worker, spiritual. So we'll see. It might not pan out. I don't know, but it might have to be wood, and I won't need the wood. But I said just drop the wood here because it's money. To me, wood is money. It costs money to go get it. If they get good wood, which I'm sure they have, access where I'm at, it's worth having for later for the ministry. Even if I don't do it for me, I do it for the ministry. So um, I don't know. It's going to cost me about $1,000, I think, to get down to Mexico and gas if I tool around a little bit and go visit and not go rush down there right away. So that in the pop-up tent, I got plenty of food, guys. I do. I got plenty of food. I think I got, at least 3 or 4 months worth of food. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So, you know what I'm saying? It is, Sabrina. It's money to me. Firewood keeps going up every year. Fuel gets more expensive. Chains have to be sharpened. They use, aviation fuel, clear gas in a chainsaw. You don't run cheap fuel on a chainsaw, especially a good steel or a husky, right? So oil, bar oil, truck money to go there, car insurance. It costs money to go pull that wood out of the forest, and I dig fire cutters. I told them if they want to, when I get back, then I want to help. I want to do a bunch of stuff with these 2 guys. These guys are motivated, he's a manager down here at, one of the stores. He's only been here for a couple of years. I sold him a pickup. So he may buy it. Dump half the wood here and he'll come through. I bet you if I left and we agreed to a certain amount of cords, because when I told him all he had to do is not stack it, he looked at his buddies like, for the price. I was like, no, you don't have to stack it. You guys are firewood cutters. I ain't wanting you to stack it. You give me the good price. They gave me 180 a cord, and that is an excellent price right now. Excellent price on firewood. That is a steal on firewood right now. You couldn't go cut it for $100 a cord if you ask me. Not by the time you get the borrow, the fuel, your time, going to the woods, coming out, cutting it, bucking it, coming back. Fuck that. Give guy $80. Give those, the 2 guys together $40 a piece for their time for a cord. That's a steal. Because he said 180 stacked. I said 180 dropped. And he's like, and he looked at his buddy. I know, Carl, but that's been a little while, Carl. We're getting old, man. We're getting older. $50 was 15 years ago, probably. Maybe a little longer. Think about it. It's been $100, 125 for quite some time, a long time. And then it bucked up to 175. Then went to, and I mean, it's so, but I remember when a cord is $50, $75, 80s, there you go. So I say, okay, all right. See you back further than thank you. All right. 40 years ago, God damn it, we're getting old. Shit. Nice. Yeah, so I look as firewood as money, guys. To me, it's literally like money. So I really think that this young man, he's a good young man. He's, in his 20s, later 20s, I think, probably about 28, 29 years old, 27, 28, 29, to take a guess. He's right around in that age. He's sharp, he's smart. And so I think if I left and he gave me half the money, down, maybe he gave me like, $1,800 or something like that, I'd come back and all that wood would be stacked here. He wouldn't short me. He'd make sure that bucking wood was stacked on this property when I came back. You know what I'm saying? Even if I left. That kind of guy, I've been around people before in the past. I don't know if this makes sense to you. I haven't met a ton of people like this in my life, but I've always think that, I've been a kind of person, and if I've had in the past been around and had friendships with people and stuff, I would never invite somebody in my house where I need to worry about money sitting out on the table. You know what I'm saying? I should be able to leave my money sitting out on the table and not, worry about it. And the same thing, you with me and me with you. So he seems like that. And I don't know him that well. I mean, I've known him for a little while now. Like the kind of guy you could have money sitting out on your table. He wouldn't touch it. He wouldn't touch it. It's just not his, that's not his gig, um, he'd earn it rather than take it. So you don't meet a lot of people like that today. People are very opportunistic, whether you like it or not. So, um, we'll see if this pans out, because I really like him to have it. And I said, you'd be the perfect person to have it, because then I could ask you, because it would stay in the valley. He lives in Silver Lake, just, about 10, 12 miles from here. I'm in Silver Lake, but on the other end of Silver Lake over there. And I could use it again. He's like, hell yeah, you could. And I'm like, yeah, so we'll see. And his buddy liked the Ford. So maybe Father will, but remember when I'm saying connection? You ever met somebody in your life? You ever had anybody in your life where you could leave, a couple racks sitting out there on the, like 3-4 grand sitting out there on the table, cash? They ain't going to take 100 out of it. Try to pull a 20 out. They ain't going to even try. They ain't going to let it sit there. You let it sit there. I've known some people. I've had some homies in the past. I don't associate with them, pal, and stuff, some what I consider like that. And I'll never question them taking a single fucking dollar from me. I could leave things, because I've had money like that before, and and I didn't live like that, but you know what I'm saying? And so it's nice. And then I've had everything taken from me, but normally that's people the closest to me or my family. So, but it's nice having people like that in your life. You know what I'm saying? But you know what I'm saying? Isn't that nice though, guys? Because we don't run into that too often anymore, do we? Find somebody, you could leave something out on the, you know, some jewelry sitting there, and they ain't gonna try to pocket it or be opportunistic. And that's your shit. They ain't gonna try to take it. That's your stack. You know, when one of us losing, none of us wins, kind of deal. Some people are like that. Like I said, I don't keep in touch with people like that anymore. But I've had some people like that in my life, and I'm glad. Um, yeah, you don't find that too often in these days, man. People are, it's hard, man. When they make us all starve like this, guys, it's hard, man, not to, you know, try to get by. So we'll see if maybe Father will get that going for me. Um, I got some other hits on the internet for, um, nice. Outstanding, Jason. Now use your eSword app if you don't have the lexicon yet, or your concordance. Remember, your concordance is just basically a cheat code. Don't try to read that concordance. If you get that concordance, it's got the reading. It's like this. But what that does is you can use it to go locate the one word study, but use your definition first. If you don't have a lexicon yet, get your lexicon. You need a lexicon, Greek and Hebrew, okay, for those, or use your eSword app online. eSword will give you the definitions, and there's concordance. You'll see it if you never use that app. They have a paid app. I think you paid. I don't have the paid app, but a little bit more, and it opens up a lot more. Obviously, when you pay for any, open up the firewall, it really gives you a lot more options. So most people who do use the eSword app that I have ever recommended to, that I know use it, get this subscription, and they said it's worth it. There's just so much more that it unlocks. So um, yeah, because the lexicon is the definition. You got to know the words that you're defining. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, it's awesome, man. It's so much different when you just slow down and don't try to study. That's what I'm saying. Just study one word, because one word gives you the ability to study, like the concordance. Get your concordance. You can use your eSword app to do that. And it'll tell you if it's in Aramaic, it'll say A or G in the Greek or H in the Hebrew for your definitions and where it's placed in Old, or if it's in Old Testament, it's going to be in the H in the Hebrew, right? So that'll help you navigate through. You seem smart, like I said, it's not hard to navigate through there. It is friendly, user friendly. So it's awesome, guys, to be able to slow down and then go, wait a minute, I need to unlearn and relearn again. And that what makes it. So with that, Jason, I'll give you another great hint that you can use for how I've studied through the years, what helps me study. I watch Jim Brown lessons or Jim Brown lives. And if there's something that's in that Jim Brown live that I didn't quite get or understand, or I want to kind of study on my own so I can seed it in myself so it'll plant itself if it makes sense, I watch Jim Brown's, you know what I'm saying? Wait till they find the definition of Lord. Yeah. Master. And he can't serve two masters. Okay. That's definitely Lord is master. So he said you can't serve two masters. So serve the word. So good for you, Jason. Outstanding. Thank you, Father, for bringing Jason to this ministry, and that he'll get with the right text because he is the word. And when you start defining the word, that word comes to life and it starts meaning, because, you know, reading things, to me, I have to have a lot of interest in something for it to stick to me. Otherwise, I'll read it, but I won't. I can retain things, but I don't need to retain them. I have like certain files in my brain. I can stick things in that I want to mainframe those things into the, you know, and so I have different techniques in my brain to study. I've done this for, 3 decades, but one way I found with my damn, computer brain, quantum 5D, it's like a 50-lane highway going on in there with traffic, is just to stop the traffic and study just take one lane at a time. Just one lane. Just study one lane, one word, and then that opens up the other lanes so that I can more understand. And then that traffic starts flowing and flowing. I apologize. I'm using. I grew up in Los Angeles, California. I was born in stop and go traffic, brother, sister. So you have to apologize. Me sitting in the same place for 3 hours at a time. Sometimes, 30 minutes, 20 minutes, 50 minutes. But if you'll slow down and you'll study one word at a time, man, this word comes to life, and then you can unlearn. And when the words that you start studying stick, it gives you confidence and you want to study more. And that's what makes it so, and it just becomes quite addicting. So I would recommend just pick a word, because you can just one word study. Use your concordance, because your concordance is going to tell you where and who said it and how many times. That's why it's coded by the number. That's why that book that Father's brought you to, that's what that means by coded by the number. That number is that word, and then you can take that into your concordance. First your dictionary, your lexicon, study the word, but then where that word is said, who said it, and how many times. So you go back into your regular scripture and cheat. I call it a cheat code by the number, and said if it's written 5 times, first in Genesis, then in Kings, maybe then in 2nd, you can go through, and now that sentence is isolated in the separate book of the concordance. Here's your concordance. This is what your concordance will look like when you get this one. And I would really make getting this. I don't use this and read this book. I don't read this book at all. I don't read out of this book. I don't use this book as all this information, and I don't use it like that. There's other ways to use this book. I'm going to tell you how I've used it to my benefit that works for me, where I can retain as much information. There's 2 ways to study: alphabetically, or by the number. By the number means numbers in this book, meaning that you're coded with the Strong's Concordance by the numbers. That's not the book of Numbers: Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy. Okay, this is not Numbers. Okay, this is the numbers that are in this. Open up this. Each word has a number above it. Each word has a number, so you can go back and study in your concordance either by the number or by the letter. I letter study, word study, but you can word study by the number, and then that will pull that out because it's coded by the number or alphabetically. And then you can go through and study where that one word was said, how many times, and who said it. Now in this book, it pulls out everywhere that was said, the sentence, and who said it, and it puts it into this book for you. That's why this book is thick, because it's the Old and New Testament, the 66 canonized books that were all pulled out, where all the sentences by the number and word are pulled out separately. So, if the word, judgment is said 5 times, you're going to be able to go back and see where it's in here. It's said 5 times. Now it's in, like I said, Ezekiel. And then you go back and you use that, because don't read that little lettering, and then open it, go back to Kings. There's that sentence. Now, here's where it's at, because you know where it's at in this book now. Go back where because you use it to fight it, and then read a passage or two before it. There's the sentence, there's the word you were looking at, and read a passage or two behind it. This way you start understanding the context of what you're reading. First, the definition of the word. Then by the number, who said it. Paul saying it here, Father saying it here. That context gets a little different. You're understanding the dialect when you start understanding the word, one word at a time in the sentence, and then you read few passages before. There's that sentence with the word that I study. Then I now know the definition, and then I study. There you go. Okay, there you go. And you start getting a whole different idea what that word. You're like, man, I thought that word meant that. Well, at the beginning of the definition, but now I'm starting to understand, because it's a different time. And this word starts to come to life, Jason. You will love it. Just one word is all you ever have to study. And don't worry, all you need to know is the gospel, which if you stay here, he will reveal the gospel to you. It's written on the hearts of the bride. I don't. I'll share it with you, but it's already there. If you sup not with vipers, obviously, where there are 2 or 3 gathered in my name, that's you, Father, and the Word. The promise he'll never leave you. You used to have to do all these perfect rituals and sacrifices and blood on your doorway and altar sacrifices and fees and all that, just to have a relationship with Father one day a year, to be able to have, come into the temple to visit one day as a spiritual Hokodesh. Now he's inside of us. Look at how beautiful that is. That's quite the most beautiful thing you'll ever hear in your ears. He will never leave you. That is the promise, where there are 2 or 3 gathered in my Agape, and he's already there. So the kingdom of heaven, right, of God, the kingdom of, is within. The kingdom of God, that's heaven. That is here. That's inside of us. So we're 2, he, Father. I'm going to go to where my Father's house is at. That's within, to prepare a place. I'm going to come back and receive you, because he's spirit without flesh. He is the spirit in us. Come back to receive you, right? So this is the beautiful thing about the promise. He's not going to. People think, well, if I go with somebody else and I fellowship with somebody, yeah, that too. 4, there's 4, right? You got Father, Son, Holy Spirit. Oh, wait, 2 or 3. There I'll be. He's always there. You, Father, Son, Holy Spirit, right? If you're fellowshipping with his word, he's always going to be with you. He will never leave you. You don't need to go to a church. Do you understand? They hate that. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, well, that's what's there you go. Me too. Hey, look, guilty. Jason, guilty. I was lazy studying for a long time. And what will help you too, you know what I'm saying, is Brother Jim. I'm telling you, Brother Jim is the biggest gem on this rock, other than the word itself. And I'm not putting Brother Jim on a pedestal at Grace and Truth Ministries. I can't do what Brother Jim does. But Brother Jim teaches the same way I teach. Study the root of each one of the words, study the definition. Now you need to start studying with which Brother Jim can give you, that I can't give you all of it that he can in no way, shape, or form, is cultures, customs. The book is full of parables and idioms. You need to study maps. Remember? Maps. That's why I keep telling you to go get, I should have done it more this summer. I didn't do it as much as I normally do. But you got to go study with your maps, so that when you're studying and you're talking about, the Garden of Eden, the Garden of Eden is, over here, right? This is Israel's on the other side, over, when you're talking about Constantine and Rome and the Great Sea, and you need to study with maps, so because those names are different, the borders and things, so you understand where it is that you're talking about too. Like, for example, Philistine or Gaza, right? Look at this. You can go into your maps and show it and see where these places are talking about. When it says the Anunnaki are gods from the sky. The Anunnaki were the giants. This is the land of Anak right here. This little strip of land right here, where we're told to go into the wilderness and scout out the Anunnaki or the giants. David slayed at Anak, the land of Anak. This is Gaza, brother, sister. They were the Philistines or the Palestinians, the Philistines or the champions. This is Gaza. This is where Trump's going to go take over Gaza. His son, Kushner, went in there. It's going to be great beachfront property. Remember? Gaza, Anak, David Slade, Anunnaki, a giant. This is where the giants come from, not in the sky. See why it helps? See why it helps to study with maps? So you know where you're talking about. Oh, Philistine. Oh, they were told to go to the scout it. They think it's look at where it's out on the map. That's that little strip of land where the giants were at, the Philistines. Gaza is Anak, where the Anunnaki were. Anunnaki don't come from gods in the sky and balls in the sky. And here we go again. Ball worship. Be like, Father, they're doing it again. They're worshiping their balls. And the balls in the sky, Daddy. Sky Daddy, triple gender ball Jesus. The three booby Jesus. The blue booby Jesus. Blue booby Jesus. Blue booby Jesus. Oh. Well, that's Father. Give glory to Father, Jason. All glory to Shiloh. Shiloh does it in me. I want to be with him. I don't care about this world. I want to be with him. You know what I'm saying? I care for my brothers and sisters that are here, and I don't turn my back on anybody like that. I'll always try to give somebody, show people the narrow way. But Father makes my scattered brain like this. He made me a military veteran at 17. I joined. We made ice cubes today. My bad. Again, so we burn out. We're going to the backup lights here, so our secondary light system. But I became a military police in the Army. Probably that's not just meet the standard. It's set the standard. It's not meet the standard. It's beat the standard. When's a good soldier need a haircut? Never. It's already done. Type of, attention to detail. They call it OCD. Not some excessive compulsive disorder. It is called attention to detail. Appreciate that. That the devil is in the details. The distributor of fortunes are lies. The devil is in the details. You have to be able to read between the lines. You have to be able to distinguish the forest from the trees. The history gets left out by spoils. The loser does not get the right. Shut up, loser. You don't get the right history. I win. I get the right. I'm the writer of the history. So people think because they read a book and not necessarily, that they understand something, because you're only seeing a biased side of history. And a lot of people who have had watched me study, like, dude, why do you look at those things? That's not why do you look at this Democratic side? Why do you look at these other sides? Well, I don't want to just look at one side. How am I going to understand and make an informed decision on something if I cannot distinguish the forest from the trees? I'm either too close or too far away. You're not going to be able to have that distinguish, that reading between the lines, you know what I'm saying? You're going to be able to see the things that the devil is in the details. So that you have to be able to read between the lines. His story is not one side of a book. That is one side. That's his story. Think that, I've read history. I know. No, that's not what history is. Most of the time that's some bias. That's not, and that's the hard part. And so I'm glad that Father personally made me attention to detail oriented, not excessive compulsive disorder, but, on Christ daily, right? Doing this on a daily regiment so that I can beat my brain into shape like a soldier, that I can do it without thinking about it. And that way I get up, even when I'm mad at Father and he beats me and he does things to me, I just go right back to doing. I'm like, I don't mean to go that, but I'm like, you remember those little punching bags when you grew up as a kid, or almost like in the sea, it's like a sail, the vessel, it's always going to upright, you know, uh, oh darn it, what's the name of that's the certain design. I don't know why I can't remember it off the top of my head, but a sailboat has that because the way that is aligned and the way we stay aligned, rooted in faith. He knocks me over, but he just stands me right back up again. And I don't even, half the time I want to lay down, but he always pulls me right back up, whether I want to be up or not. See what I'm saying? That's what the word sozo is, to be carried, lift up, picked up from a beginning point to an ending point, and then healed. He will lay me down once I'm done. I only get to rest, you know. Yeah, that's crazy. And why now? And that's so crazy. I don't understand connection, because they just went through 7 years of not being, online, the whole debacle. And look, I ain't even mean to go there. I know somebody who literally slept with freaking Greasy Randy, cheeseburger Greasy Randy. I'm not, hey, it is what it is. And I'm not trying to give up anything, but I know a lady, she is a very attractive lady, and she slept with Randy. They're not, I'm just putting this out there so you know, that they're dudes. I'm not saying they did anything, because she said she willingly did that. She said, hell yeah, I did. It's like, how the hell did you sleep with that big, fat, greasy Randy? His belly is, I just had to bend my ass over, like, damn, lady, you're freaking crazy. She's like that, though, but not like that. I've never seen her like that. Like, she is not like that either. She don't sleep around. She ain't promiscuous. So I don't know. That's what I'm saying. What do these guys do? How the hell did Randy convince this lady she's quite attractive lady, a little young for me, but beautiful lady. But, I guess that was something they're not, I didn't know that she was ever going to indulge that information, but I talked to her because I liked, Pug One and, and Trailer Park Boys and and she does too. She freaking loves them. She went and hung out and partied with them and slept with Randy. I'm like, man, did he smack a greasy cheeseburger on your ass, lady? Then, she's like, stop it, Tracy. Like, whatever, man. You sat there and indulged it. I was like, was it good? She's like, yeah. I was like, all right, well, cool. I said, you would do it again? She's probably not, but I was like, wow, you're crazy, lady. She's like, whatever, man. I had a chance. We hung out. We had a good time. I guess she was hanging out with him for a few days or something, it wasn't something. So just throwing that out there, that maybe too, that again, I think that she was with them for a few days before that ever happened too. So I don't know. I couldn't say, personally, I think it's kind of weird if you had to, thanks for making a mention of it, connection, that for 7 years, they've been going through this whole thing to not be online. And it seems that they're getting ready to come back online, because if I'm not mistaken, they were supposed to be trying to get that thing back together. And now we have this whole, Bubbles is freaking kitties. We're gonna love my kitties. Bubbles. All right. So I don't know, man. What do you think? What's your opinion? Little maps. Nice, Iggy. Keep studying. Yep. Keep studying the landlines, the ley lines, the hole currents, everything. All these masons put everything on the line. It's always done on the line, like in the book of Psalms. It's declared along the line. And all these, even the underground facilities that are all underneath our feet, are done on the line. Most of them are geothermal powered, and yeah, seeing that crazy? That sucks, man. After all that 7 years, and then all of a sudden, bam, like, what the hell? That's kind of weird. It's weird. Something seems off to me. So I don't know about you. If I had to say, I don't want to make the connection yet, stew on it a little bit. Obviously, I've done my homework already on it. I know what you're talking about. I did hear it, but I don't know if I don't know if I'm buying it yet. The timing is the timing's off. You know what I'm saying? The timing doesn't add up. So I don't know yet. I'm not going to say yay or nay on this one. Make a vote, but something with the timing, because the devil in the details. I just wanted to pet her kitty. I mean, she had a pretty kitty, and I wanted to feed the kitty. Haven't you ever fed a kitty? So, connection, you're freaking. Thank you, Sabrina. Yeah, so I personally think the timing's off. Do I think it's true? No. Do I think it's not? No. I mean, I don't really care because they're, but they're not super famous people. You know what I'm saying? Pug One and the Trailer Park Boys, they're not that damn popular. They're not that, I mean, I know they, but they're not that popular. So otherwise I wouldn't even give a shit about them. I don't care about rich people or actors, but did it. And they're supposed to have some deal with Netflix, and all of a sudden, he's coming under some sexual assault or some kind of bullshit. Yeah, right. So, okay, that's my thoughts. Yeah, well, Sabrina, I've been on him forever. You know what I'm saying? Actually, I was subscribed to him on my Facebook for a while. I was for years. I was subscribed to him. I was friends with him, and they would post stuff on my, So, but I'd have to say, if I stood back and looked at it, I would think it was kind of ironic that right before they do this Netflix deal, that somebody comes forward with some assault charge. Why not for the last 7 years? All right, I'm calling it bullshit. I'm going to go ahead. I've made my decision now. I'm calling bullshit. Okay? That's just my opinion. It's not set in stone, but I'm calling bullshit. I think that's fucking stupid. Did you hear what I said? 7 fucking years. They've been off air. They finally get ready to come do this Netflix deal, and all of a sudden somebody comes forward with some sexual assault bullshit. Smells a little fishy to me. So I smell bullshit. But I'm an investigator, and that's just a basis. I could do some more homework on the matter, if you will. And you know what I'm saying? So it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make any sense to me. Why now? So something smells like shit. I know when I smell shit. Would come out and then just do what you guys are talking about, tarnish the image, and the timing is too far, a little bit too far to the left or to be for me. Remember? No, yeah, no. So yeah, there you go. So exactly, and that's what I'm saying. I don't even think it's. I don't buy it. I don't fucking buy it. See how many people, because they try to bank off people like somebody like Bubbles. I know that's not, but we use their names, but because of something like that. You know what I'm saying? Netflix, you're making the connection. You got it, connection. You got it. The devil's in the details. See what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? There's something that has to do with this fucking. It's kind of like the Paramount thing, guys, with the fucking, the whatever, the South Park shit, guys. It's the same fucking animal going in here. I think, you know what I'm saying? Are you making the connection there? Same kind of animal with Paramount and all this, these fucking powerhouses, dude, man. So we'll see. It really takes a big chunk away from something when they do that to people, but that's what they do. They do the rug pull a lot on people now. Demonian is a distributor of fortunes. It's a fortune teller. Lies. Go. Hey, I got to get up and take care of these chickens, guys. I got to put the chickens up. I pulled the thing down on them and I didn't staple it back up. So I need to lock the cages up here, and I'll be back here in a minute. Give me a minute or three here to take care of the farm here. Take care of the farm. Where did I put the staple? Staple. Uh-oh. What it did. Staple gun. Chili out there already. Make some quesadillas. There is my skillet. Here he is, right there. Let's get that cheese. Get that tomato. Put some hot sauce in mine, huh? Put some hot sauce in mine. Cheese back. And some cabbage tomorrow. All right, make me some quesadillas. Any quesadillas in a while. So I went and got some cheese when I was in town, so I want to make some quesadillas. We got them cooking on the cast iron skillet. So, oh my goodness. Oh man, I can't believe how close I am getting to this damn date, and this darn attorney ain't calling me, stressing me the hell out. I'm trying not to be stressed, but this is just getting a little long waiting here. A little long in the waiting. Turn one up a little bit so we get them a little more crispy. So crispy. So crispy. We'll go back in there. And we will come over here. some little quesadillas here. Crispy. It's got jalapeno salsa on that one. Roll it queso. You can't have any of these, puppy dog. Oh, yeah. You had me on that stuff there, Ziggy. I wouldn't take it, though. That and Percocet. Oxycontin is time-release morphine. That's what it is. Heroin. Remember, I almost got in trouble for flushing it down the dam and tainting the municipal water supply with my pills there because I didn't want to take them. It was one time in my life I've never felt worse in my life is when they made me take those stupid pills, man. 80 milligram. 80 milligram. 2 of those. And Percocet a day. Like a freaking zombie, man. Stuff is nasty. Nasty, nasty, nasty stuff. I think we need more salsa. Right, go on. Pants, no big. No bacon pants. Yep. That stuff's disgusting, man. You can't live like that. You can't live like that. It could work temporarily for a little bit to give you some pain relief or something, you know, whatever, but you can't live like that. Nope. No, thank you. I'd rather be dead. That's what that stuff made me feel like, a freaking zombie. We're putting some hot sauce on it. More hot sauce. More jalapeno salsa. Change plug is going to plug in. No? Damn. Jalapeno salsa. I think this might be my last one. Those were yummy. Those were yummy. Do we have any of them? Oh, no more. No more mango nectar. That little coffee go that I had. Well, I drank this yesterday. It messed my stomach up. I don't know why. Weird. We won't drink a whole one. Oh, my stomach's not used to all that sugar. Oh, it messed me up, man. My stomach had rolling, bubbling, bubble belly. Oh wow, yeah. Never taken that. That's why I never take even a recreational drug or even try them ever again. As I drink my sugar coffee, right? Oh. Ay, cabrona, chingazo tu madre. Oh. Oh man, I think it must be the dairy in there though. Hi, Pods, come over here, my boy. Come over here, my biggest bone. Come on. Come here, my best guy. Come here, my best guy. You're almost ready for your dinner, huh? Almost ready for your dinner, huh? And almost ready for his dinner. You're such a good boy today. Helping the dad. I love you, boy. Just me and the bone. Just dad and the bone. Just dad and the bone. We're just all alone. Dad and the bone. Dad and the bone. Dad and the bone, and we're all alone. We missed a tug. Oh, we missed a tug. We went and visited him back in the back today. We make our trip back there to go visit the tug. He smells his chain. He always smell, he goes down there and I show him where the chain is at. He always goes up and smells now his collar. So he knows who that is. He knows that collar. Yes, him's his brother there, huh? I'm sure missed a big. No more buddy to dig big holes in the bushes. Underneath all the bushes, we got holes. He's my good boy. So you're such a good boy. You were a good boy today, Mr. Bone. Mr. Bone. Bone. Doug. He's my biggest bone that I ever did biggest. He's my guy. He's my boy. He's the one that I have. He's the only one big guy that I have now. He's my biggest. You're so big. You're such a big dude. You know that? You're so big. You're the biggest puppy I have. You're such a big guy. You're so big. You remind me of Dougie sometimes. You're so big. You're too big. Remind me of Dougie. My big bone. What a handsome guy he is. Thank you, Father, for such a wonderful dog. Such a wonderful guy. Just likes being with the dad. He's dad's boy. Mom's dad's guy. He's dad's guy. He's dad's boy. You're a good day. You're a good job today. What time is it? We're going to have to get you some din soon here, huh? It's almost time for boy to have some din, huh? Oh, you're a handsome guy. Oh, handsome guy. Handsome guy. Oh, my goodness. You're such a good boy. You're the best guy I ever had. He's a lover. He's a lover. Thank you, Father, for giving me wonderful animals. I've been so abundant to have good animals. My birds out there, the ladies are such good birds. That one white chicken, she will not go in the nest. She will not go in there with those other birds. She's a little outcast. She's an outcast sleeping all by herself. That's okay, huh? Just us all by ourselves too, huh? Us all by ourselves. Just Dad and the bull. Just us guys. Huh, here, there's the puppins. Just the dad. And the bone. And the dad and the bone. And the dad and the bone. And the dad and the bone. I think Dad wants to take a bong rips. Is it bong rip time? Is it bong rip 30? Is it bong 30? We'll never see what time it is. It's probably about 5:45, huh? Oh, it's puppy time. Hey, that's a half an hour late. It's time to feed the bowl. It's time to feed my pants. It's time to feed the pants. Are you hungry, boy? You want some dinner? Oh, you want some dinner? Are you ready for dinner? Yeah? Let's get some dinner. Okay, let's get some dinner. All right, got to get my puppy some dinner. Puppy dinner. Oh boy, that's a good one. Oh yeah, that was my best boy. Oh, trying to feed a bone. Time for the dinner for the bone. Time for the dinner for the bone. Good boy today. Oh my goodness, what a day, what a day. Oh my God, is it over yet? Almost, right? A couple few more, 3-4 more hours or something. I don't know. I stayed up super late last night. Didn't sleep very well. But we're what, another few, 3 or 4 more hours to be able to call it a day, right? Almost there, getting there, getting there. Come on. Hurry up. Let's get done with this shit. Let's hurry up and get done with this. Oh. Was that good dinner for my boy? Come back over here. Come back over here. That's good dinner for the puppy dog that I have. My best one. So, what was that all about, puppy? We're going to get into the, what we're going to do when we get into single digits, guys. We're almost getting there. I mean, we're 2 weeks and 3 weeks out now, so tomorrow's Monday, right? Monday. So 2 weeks from, next Monday is my trial? No. Yeah, hold on. Wait a minute. Or it's the following Monday, right? Wow, man, it's getting so close. It's right on the doorstep. Right on the doorstep. Enjoy my cannabis while I can. Cannabis, right? So, yeah. Wow. Yeah, because it's the 14th, which would be 10 days. 10 days tomorrow, right? Or 14, 2 weeks tomorrow. My bad. So 14 days tomorrow. And then it'll be under 2 weeks till trial on Tuesday. Holy shit. Pre-trial. How come my attorney's not calling me? This is great. This is insane. It's driving me nuts. Only thing I can think of is that he just must not be planning on taking it to trial. He must not plan on taking it to trial. What the fuck? Would you hurry up and get this shit done? I'd like to go to Mexico. Not going to be what I want, is it? But we'll see. I don't care what happens. You know that. Kind of weird how little, still no phone call. No phone call from the attorney or Elijah. Wow. I am stuck between a rock and a hard place. Isn't that weird, though? Since I don't even know how long it's been since I've heard from him. I think it's been like over a month or something now. And I kind of pushed him like, dude, I don't want to delay this. I've got a son I'm supposed to be looking for. A month, this is not going to delay and make a difference in the trial. Okay. Okay, whatever. Whatever. Oh, whatever, man. What almost makes me think, too, guys, that he's going to have to get it dropped is he's on the case, remember? I called him. He would have to be called in as witness. He'd have to be called in as witness. So he has more incentive to get the case dropped too, because I called him at 5 months, 17 months, 33 months, 42 months. I called him during all those. I even called him days before the SWAT raid. So I did. I have record of everything I fucking did. You know what I'm saying? So. What a crazy set of circumstances Father has me in. You'll get no answers. Father's being the soup Nazi with me right now. I just called Father a Nazi. He's probably not very happy with me, is he? Apologize, Father, but you're being a damn. Oh, well, never mind. He's doing whatever he wants. He beats me for his own pleasure and his own after his own counsel, right? He does things after. He'll have a justification. Just means the only thing I can really think about this too, more than honestly, more than anything, more than anything, is that if I sue these people, since I don't have a retirement and everybody takes my retirement, I don't have a retirement because I've been thinking about how am I going to get out of the country and have go to a place, because normally in a lot of places you have to have enough money, you have to have retirement, Social Security, disability, have some kind of, and I have, I own assets and land and things like that. And I probably could be generating more income from renting out parcels, but I'm not ready to do that. I'm not. Just haven't had the strength to do it. The body, I just haven't done it. But that's okay. So eventually I have to think about how am I going to be able to get out of America if I choose to stay and set up a residence somewhere else in another, country. They won't just let you move there. Countries ain't going to just let you move to their country, and become a burden to their system. Only in America is can you move and be a burden to it. Well, in other countries won't let you move and get on their health care and all that. There's no. So that's what I was thinking Ecuador, because it's like $500 a month. It's something I can actually, I could probably live there. That's why too, because I don't have Social Security. I don't disability. I don't get veterans benefits. I don't get nothing. It doesn't matter what I've done. Remember, it doesn't matter that I have an honorable discharge. It doesn't matter that I paid Social Security since I was 15 years old. It doesn't matter that I bought Social Security for everybody. It doesn't. What everybody else normally gets, I don't. Remember, the only thing I'm doing is hanging by a string of First Amendment is all I have right now. I'm saying, you know what I'm saying? So I just have a First Amendment right is all I have left in this country. So there's really not much left here for me since nobody would join me here at the ministry. I've been really thinking about this. Like, I hope Father lets me go. I hope he lets me go because I'm not going to feel bad for going. I waited 10 years for people to come here, and I've invited for thousands of times for people to come here and be a part of the ministry and grow. And, it's a leap of faith, but it didn't happen. So not burnt. Like I'm saying, I'll just come back. I have a lot of future ideas for what could happen out here still. I'm not going to, I still look around and was like, man, I want to get this place ready for the people to be here that need to be here. I guess it's not ready yet. So when Father wants people to be here, they'll be here. But it's the right thing to do, to go, to get, and I don't know how it'll work. Like I said, it's different when I could go somewhere. I could just be traveling and not stay in any one place for any one time. You know what I'm saying? But if I sue the state of Oregon and I sue Lake County, which I need to do it. I mean, I'll do it whenever Father makes me do it. So I spent a little time, and then, like I said, I backed up, kind of like a cold feet at the wedding kind of thing. Is I just don't want to take any money from anybody. I just can't think of the thought of that. But again, he showed me that it's accountability. It's not about the money to me. So, but maybe if I did that, then I'd have a retirement where I can actually retire, because I'm not anywhere close to the age of retirement. So, and I'm already retired. You know what I'm saying? I could just stay here and never go anywhere and be fine. I could pay my land taxes, and just stay here. I could shut the gates and never talk to you guys ever again. Shut the ministry down and have a nice night. See you, bye, bam, and I'd be gone for the next 15 years. I'd be okay. Right where I'm at. Father provided everything I need. And for some reason, every time I do this, then I have to knock down my house of cards, make it harder again. Sub a challenge or something, but I don't know what it is about me. I do it or Father does it, one of the two. Either knocks down, the whole stack, or I knock it down, one of the two. It works the same way. So Oh, I'm not saving anybody, but because Father saves us, you know what I'm saying? That's not how it works, Ziggy, but I appreciate what you're saying. I mean, I hear what you're saying, but when I was young, I used to think I was, saving people and all. It don't work like that, but you know what I'm saying. We all have to die to be saved, and He already bought what is purchased is what is His. So, um, yeah, we're here to just, you know, share the light. So even if I got to just be here to be a witness to be in the age of the remnant, I was praying with Father before I came in here. I pray with Father throughout the day. So it's not like it's odd for me to have prayer with Father. And I don't pray like you guys pray. I talk to Father because I know He hears me. He's inside of me. And I'm not like looking up or, I know I have a relationship with Him, and I was just thinking about, again, about how in this blessing, in abundance to have what, you know, has already been given to me is not anything that I ever thought possible. And so I'm not owed, and I don't deserve a single thing. Um, Father will pour out, a just measure on all of us. We're here to share the light, and I didn't get cheated at all. Um, I'm just weak in the flesh as I get, I want to be with Father now. I don't want to be here anymore. I want to go back to who I am. I'm not flesh. I'm not this meat suit or anything I owned or this land or anything of this sort. Like I said, I have a relationship with Father, and I was really thinking again, for how much I came in here, how just abundance it is to have what we've been able to all gather here, and His agape, and what we're here to do. We're here to share the gospel. We're here to share the light with others and be with those that are in the narrow way. So no, that's what I'm saying. I'm not. Don't even don't worry about it. It's not like I said. I'm not. It's not. We're here to share the light. We're here to fellowship with others, and just to have this, because I lack so much. Remember, nobody came. Field of Dreams. If you build it, they will come. The whole. For 10 years before I ever came out here, I had ideas of doing this, building a geothermal community to live at a zero cost of living. It's like, all you guys have bills, and I have money too. I need $600 to buy that roof nest, maybe if I can find one at that price. But I have assets that I could sell. I mean, I don't. People struggle just for a penny, to get by, and here I have more than I could ever want, need, use, say. Like I said, years and years, out here, I didn't let anything in the world get in the way of what Father had me doing, because I knew it wasn't for me. It was a community. I never bought this place for me. It was bought to build a community. Again, it was to build a geothermal, zero cost of living lifestyle where you don't need dollars anymore. I had that idea 20 plus years ago. Going, why do people chase dollars? You don't need dollars. You need food. You need water. You need a roof over your head. Power. That's it. Why do you need all these other? You need a piece of land. And you could achieve all those. I've been wiped out 6 years ago. My brother came multi-millionaire and stole everything from me. Didn't need to take anything from me. And I'm the guy that has nothing. That's not the first time. I've had things like that happen. You know what I'm saying? But we're here to fulfill what we're here to do, is to share the light with others, be charitable with His word. Don't deny Him. Don't because it's easy. That's Peter. Peter denied Christ, and we've all been to Peter. We've all fell into the phileo instead of the agape. We did what would have been easier for the flesh to deal with instead of going through the suffering. So it's so nice knowing that that He's not done with me. That He's still using me, because I don't want to be here. There's nothing here for me. He took my son and my dog. He dangled my son right in front of my face. That's how cruel my Father is to me. He put Elijah and Adriana we went and picked out the property they were going to be on. Remember, they were putting in their notice. Elijah was selling. He sold all his little fast cars, bought a fucking Jeep. A Jeep of all things. I never think I'd see my son drive a Jeep. And actually didn't even really get to see him drive it. I was this close to having both my son and daughter move miles away where I could have a relationship with them and help them build their house. And then father just, so I'm not here for me anymore. There's nothing here for me. There's just nothing here. He took my dog right before I might be going to jail. I mean, and I don't even know weeks away how long I might be going to jail, if, when. But it is what it is. I can't change it. But I don't know what he has in plan for me in the next few weeks. We'll see. It's not, I don't, like I said, I don't get to make decisions in my life. As you see, everything I tried to do backfired in my face and caused the complete opposite to happen. I'm a lot worse off now than I ever was when I tried to help my son. So maybe if I just file the lawsuits and have some retirement money, I can retire and do what my son said I should have done. Because I'm going to have to live with that for the rest of my life. Why would I stay here? Because my son said, Dad, take the gold and silver and go on the road and take the vacation, go buy the double cab Tacoma and leave. This is what you've wanted to do your whole life. You know what I'm saying? You said when I turned 18, you were going on the road. And here you are, and I'm in my 24, 5 years old or something. He just turned 26 the other day. And we don't do birthdays, so I'm sure he's not celebrating or anything if he's alive, which... So, I don't know. I wouldn't want to try to sit there and say, well, oh, he couldn't make things any worse for me. Sure he could. How? I don't know. I don't even want to begin to think what he could do in my life to make it worse than it already is, So, but it doesn't turn me from him, you know what I'm saying? But I'm going to keep serving him because he has me here for him, not for me. So hopefully the ministry will serve if I go, like I said. If he wants me to serve and go to jail, it's going to be hard for me to, Pants, my dog here, Bobo, he's already tripping out right now. He's out of his element. Dude, when he gets outside that gate and we start moving around and stuff, he really is just struggling. He's used to having his brother. They play catch up and tag, catch up and tag, catch up and tag. You know what I'm saying? Back and forth, back and forth. He's got nobody to do it with. And so when I take him out and walk him and stuff, he's scatterbrained. So it's kind of weird because he didn't do this quite the first time. You know what I'm saying? When Marshall came and took Tango from the property, Pants acted off. Obviously he was weird and he had tear gassed and but he was kind of normal, I guess. Normal when I showed up. He I could tell he missed his brother, but it wasn't like, I knew I was struggling more than he was this time. You know what I'm saying? That's okay. Like I said, it's Father's control. He does all things. We make mistakes in life, and we learn from our mistakes. And he says, "Come out of her, my people." You know what I'm saying? Come out of her. So I'll have to learn from what I did. And so I think the best thing for me to do is if I can exit this country. If my son wanted me to leave, because if that's what I think he did want for me, and that's something that, I wanted for the ministry. It wasn't so much I wanted it for me. I just couldn't leave my son here. They're messing with him, guys. How do I leave the country when I know they were messing with my son? I couldn't just, I couldn't just leave here and have them throw him in jail and have nobody to, because the first time they threw him in jail, I'm the one who made sure, his lady was freaking out, like, what the, and I'm like, we'll figure it out. I threw money on his books, and and it was so stupid. The first time they threw him in jail over this whole probation violation at 42 months, he'd never gotten in trouble. He didn't do anything, that's going on like, between 3 and 4 years, no trouble. You know what I'm saying? No trouble. Elijah still, all it is it's a probation violation. At the most, you know what I'm saying? They said he didn't do his probation when he did. So it's actually a mix-up, and it's on their mix-up. It's their mistake. It's their mistake, not Elijah's. Elijah did all his probation, and then he put his head down, and his wife was doing with him too to make sure he got it done, so he wouldn't go to prison. Why the fuck would she go to work with him 5 days a week for herself and then 2 days of him so he could just get thrown in fucking prison? And then she got thrown in prison too, brothers, sisters. Are you hearing this? She got thrown in fucking prison after working 2 days a week. Plus, now it's 7 days a week, week after week, to try to get this shit cleared up. And he's calling me, I'm trying. They're moving the goalpost on me. Ryan won't give me this, and I'm like, Elijah, I know, I've been calling, what a fucking nightmare, man. And then I'm going to go there and have a fucking trial where Elijah's not going to even be there. And he's the one that I told. That's why I'm facing felony charges, because I told him not to stop the car. He's not going to be at my trial. Adriana's not going to be at my trial. She's the one who said, don't stop the car. They put charges against her because they told her, don't stop the car. But, she told Elijah, but they dropped her charges. Why haven't they dropped my charges? Those are the same exact charges they have me charged with. Because I told Elijah, remember, you can see it in the live stream. Don't stop the car, Elijah. Same thing they charged her with. They dropped 14 months ago. Why is God doing this? Why is God running me through the fucking mud? I have been spent so much of my time and money and effort and stress, and it's all been, it's made things worse. So I don't even know how that's even possible. I like I said, it's so fake. This life seems so unreal now. It doesn't even seem. You guys seem real, and I mean not like that, because I mean anybody could be a fucking bot. But I feel like on the other end, I'm a spiritual person. I feel your spirit. I don't need to see you. Just know who you are. We'll be with each other on the other end. We'll never know each other in flesh. Perfect, beautiful. That's exactly what this is all about. Be born from above, without flesh, daily. Ever? Fathers without flesh. So this is perfect, if you ask me. Not him making it perfect. We can all sup together here so we can be at have our works, our name, our agape, what we did. Not and then there's like romper room. I got Scott and and that's not what it is. That's not the name that's called out in the book. He calls us out for what we did because we stood against the beast. These are the ones I chose that stood against the beast. These are mine. They suffered for my Shem's sake. That's what the word says, right? You'll be persecuted for my name's sake. So I'm only doing what the word tells me to do. That's all I'm doing. So whatever, man. But I know my father. I know Shiloh, and I've talked about this many times. Not as much on here, but I have. He's the prize. He's what he saves the best for last. But he's a waymaker. There has been a lot of times in my life people have gone, dude, I don't know how you get yourself in the biggest, like baseball, like a pickle. You get stuck between these 2 points, and you keep getting volleyed back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. Seems like there's no way out. And you come out somehow smelling like fucking roses, dude. You know what I'm saying? They're like, how do you get yourself out? You get yourself into the craziest fucking positions, but somehow you come out smelling like a rose. It's like boom, buyer, bang, and then they just like crawl out of the fucking rubble. I said, well, it's Father, it's not me. And I've always told everybody that it's not me. Fuck. Yeah, right. I'm always, like that. No, Father's a way maker. He can make a way when there's no fucking way in hell, and he does. So maybe in this case, he will. I don't know. It doesn't always work like that. exactly. You know, there are things where I still suffer, struggle. Remember, I've been to jail how many times over this case? And this isn't even my case. This is my son's case because they're trying to throw him in jail. I've only gone through I got hit in the face with a grenade because they were trying to throw my son in jail. You know, when I wouldn't let them throw him in jail. And I didn't physically stop them, but, you know, they could have come to the gate. I called for years. They could have come here. They could have called me. They never have. I still have not received that phone call to this day. If you've ever watched the SWAT raid, I'm asking for a phone call. I've called for years, guys, and still it's been almost now, 18 months, and I still haven't gotten that phone call. I still haven't gotten that. Now I've got my son on the list that won't call me, right? He won't call me now. And my daughter, there's more add to the list of people who won't call me. And then my attorney, who I paid tens of thousands of dollars, won't call me. This is like the most Twilight Zone fucking mind, you know, harassing menace somebody's mind, to just completely rug pull and put a carrot in front of them and then just keep pulling it away from them is all I can tell you. And I just keep being a fucking idiot and not idiot. I just keep chasing the carrot because Father is my prize. He's got me like a puppet on a string, brothers and sisters. I am an NPC. I am a non-player character in this flesh life. All I know is there's a spirit that I'm chasing, and it doesn't exist in flesh. And you can have all these fleshy things of mine. If you want to come here, I already told you, you can come here and live here and be a part of this. Just take over what's here. God damn it. What the fuck's wrong with you stupid motherfuckers? You don't listen to me. You just keep chasing your bills. You're chasing your own carrot, aren't you? So it's all right. I love you, brothers. You know what I'm saying? But he's my prize. So I'll keep chasing the carrot, and whatever he does, I'm not going to stop because he has me. He's the conductor here, if that makes sense. But you know, there'll never be any justice. Think about that, Ziggy. No cops will probably ever go to jail or not. You know what I'm saying? It's, you know, I don't know, man. There should have been some organization that should have already stepped in and said that's cruel and unusual punishment. Victims' rights should have come in. They should have taken all three of them to the fucking county jail. No, to the fucking emergency room, then the county jail for the liability of the fucking state and the county. No, they just hauled us all to the county jail. You know what I'm saying? After grenading, all of us were grenaded. I never knew that, guys. I never knew that. You know what I'm saying? I never knew that all of us were grenaded. I'm so glad that I didn't find that grenade pin earlier, because that was a game changer. When I found that grenade pin, that shows their intentions. They came out here with intent to kill, cause harm, and that is cruel and unusual punishment. That is a crime. What they committed the minute they hit my daughter with that grenade without a warrant for her arrest, and then arrested her body, accosted her, violated her Fifth Amendment rights and her Fourth Amendment right. She has such a massive lawsuit. That's what's so crazy to me. Is how in the hell have my son and daughter not filed a lawsuit? Is it me because I haven't filed it yet too? No, they have a separate lawsuit. My daughter should have filed her lawsuit in September 14 months ago. 14 months ago, my daughter could have filed a lawsuit for accosting her body, a Fifth Amendment violation, cruel and unusual punishment. The right of due process was not followed. There was so many violations. They kidnapped her. That is a fucking kidnapping. It's 25 years to kidnap somebody, brothers and sisters. If you get convicted of kidnapping, it's a 25-year sentence. If you are armed and you kidnap somebody, that is a life sentence in prison. You know that? That's what these cops would be facing, Ziggy. You know what I'm saying? If they ever were held accountable, that's what every one of these cops that were out here would be facing. Life in prison. You kidnap somebody with a fucking gun, you're going to prison for life. Look it up. You'll see what I'm talking about. Wow, I've never heard that little warning go on there. Interesting. But, yeah, I don't think any of them, yeah, turn her down, all the batteries today, but I don't care. I don't care. Tomorrow's another day. But think about that, will any of those cops ever, that's two different cops with the grenades. Those the same grenade pins, or remember, those are different cops in different locations in the yard. Those were not the same cops that threw those grenades. Those two cops should be held accountable. Who's the cop that shot Elijah with his hands over his head? And where are all those bullets at? And where are all those casings at too? You know what I'm saying? None of this is ever going to come into play. You know what I'm saying? This is insane. Fathers are brutal to Elijah too. Look at what he's fucking doing to my son. Look what he's doing to my daughter. Elijah got in trouble. Yes, he did. But Elijah did his times. They only want to go to jail. Remember, they only want to go to jail. Only want to go to jail. 5 guys. They only want to go to jail. Out of 5 guys, all did the same exact thing. It's kind of like Adrian and me. We did the same thing. She's, no equal justice out here at all. No fucking equal justice at all. Adrian didn't have a record. I don't have a record, so that shouldn't be, So. The fucking American justice system is the most corrupt system there ever was. Probably the most corrupt system within the corrupt system would be probably like Child Protective and Health and Human Services. They are some of the most sick, demented fucking people on this rock. Power fucking hungry, like kind of like the maskal people, put the mask up. That kind of fucking, yeah, that kind of, yeah. There's more children get abused and fucking put into, custody of the state or something than they do when they're not. Your child has a better chance of coming up missing, murdered, raped, or abused, being in the care of the state than it does in your own fucking hand. Missing, more children go missing. That I can't stand that whole system within the system there. That is the most, it feeds these elitists, so but whatever, man. I can't believe, and Ziggy, I don't mean to go there. I can't believe nobody in here hasn't gone and taken that SWAT raid to a civil lawsuit attorney and made themselves millions of dollars, because the video itself is probably worth $100 million. The SWAT raid. Not too many people get to film a SWAT raid. If I had to say conservatively, and I don't think I'm wrong, I get some pretty street value stuff. You know what I'm saying? But I'd have to say that video is worth $100,000, and anybody could have filed it. And I asked you guys as the administrator. I'm not asking anybody now. Remember, lady in red got number 10 socketed out of here for that shit. The oldest moderator has been with me longer than any other moderator. The Connection's now the OG moderator now. So you guys are all so wealthy. I can't believe nobody would actually take a fucking 16-minute video to a civil lawsuit attorney and be a fucking secretary to make yourself millions of dollars. You guys are all so fucking wealthy that you don't knit one about that. You got busy lifestyles just like me. But that's the one that's hard for me to swallow, is Father won't let anybody have that opportunity, I guess, the abundance to have millions of dollars. Nobody wants it. So I'll take it, I guess, but it's going to be, I'm almost there. I'm obviously not filing this lawsuit until after the case is over. So I've already been told to buy my attorney, even in it, that if I civil, this criminal lawsuit, if they criminally convicted me, does not mean that they did not commit civil lawsuits. And even if I could file those lawsuits, even if they had a conviction, which I'd still have the right of appeal. It's separate. It's a separate lawsuit. That's why I can't go to John with these things. I need to have a separate attorney. It doesn't cost me money to file the civil lawsuit. There's 100, 50, 100, maybe $100+ million in lawsuits, not including the bonds in this lawsuit. And I'm just so surprised nobody would go to a fucking civil lawsuit attorney outside of Oregon and go, look what happened to this veteran, this dad, and go and they just go, okay, has he filed a tort claim? Get a hold of him and see if he's filed a tort claim, because that means they haven't made a filing. No, are you serious? And they would pick it up. They'd be flying out here. I'd have people showing up in my fucking driveway with investigators and then looking for my son on the side of that fucking mountain. But I'm not putting it on anybody in this ministry. It just blows me away that, you know what I'm saying, that nobody in this ministry picked up, you know, $2 or $3 or $4 or $5 million is what I think your payout would be for if I, you know, said, okay, give him 1%, 2% or something, you know, and I'm going to whatever. There's a whole bunch of percentage that are, you know, cut up out of it, you know, that comes out of a lawsuit. That's why there's, you know, a lot of this. I think this is probably been one of the largest lawsuits to ever come out of the state of Oregon, because it involved Josephine County, Lane County, Lake County, the state of Oregon, and I even called the Federal Bureau of Injustice, you know, uh, and they never called me. State, federal, Tina Kotek, Kate Brown, all these special investigation offices. I called, didn't get anywhere. So it's a waste of my time to call. I've called for years, 5 years, but I'm not mad at anybody in the ministry. Like I said, you guys got plenty of money and plenty of time, or, you know, you're strapped for time. I'm being facetious. I shouldn't be like that, but I was hoping somebody would do that, but, and not for me, for my son and daughter. So that's the thing that disappoints me about this country. I fucking hate this country a lot. I don't hate the people, you know, like I said, you know, but the country itself has just totally robbed me of everything. I don't have anything other than my dog. So I'm going to get my dog and go and tuck my tail between my fucking legs and go. And I should have left already, but oh well, coulda, shoulda, woulda. But I'll take what I can. Remember, I told you I'm just going to go with whatever I have and leave whatever most I have it here. Just trying to kind of work through that today, going, okay, got to just get in the car and go, man. Don't stay here. Don't fucking stay here. Don't ever stay here another second when you have the vehicle packed and ready to go. There's no reason to stay here. There's nothing here right now. I mean, I have, you know, like I said, I have plans to come back. I'm not going to not try to come back. That's why I want to try to leave under the right. Otherwise, I get my car and leave tonight. I could drive across the border. I have a passport. I don't have a warrant for my arrest, and they're not going to go get Elijah. If he's alive, then they're not going to come get me, especially if I'm in some other fucking country. So I'm not going to do that because I want to come back here. So I'll follow the lawsuit. And like I said, I think that's what it's going to give me, the retirement that I need to get out of the country. And I'll be able to not have that looming over my head. Because if I have, I don't know, 10 million, I mean, that's probably what I'm trying to be conservative. I think that's what the person would get. You know what I'm saying? Would be at $10 million. You know, about $10 million. Anybody who could help me would probably end up getting about $10 million for being a secretary, for making about probably a couple hours, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, maybe 1 8-hour days worth of time at the fucking very most would make them $10 million. And nobody grabbed it up to help my son or my daughter. So I fucking don't want to be in this country because nobody in this country wants to help me. And I'm on the internet. See, I even pleaded out to seek asylum for some other nation, some consulate to come scoop me and my dogs up before I lost my dog. He might still be here. You know, probably not, but you know what I'm saying? But no consulate called me. Nobody called. Nobody ever called me to help me. You know what I'm saying? So kind of a bummer, man. How much this country has failed somebody who served the country. Served since I was 15. I've done more than just been a veteran. I've been a school bus fucking driver. You know, I drove kids around in Alaska in very dangerous, fucking treacherous conditions. I made sure they got to school on time and safe, and, you know, try driving in the fucking Alaskan fucking, you know, that snow that falls on the ground is still there 9 months later. That's fucking snow. You don't know what snow is. Snow is fucking there 9 months later. That's some real fucking snow, you know, real Arctic tundra fucking. I'm not saying I know I got brothers and sisters from here from Canada, but most Canada lives right up against the fucking American border. They don't live anywhere near the upper, you know, portion of like Alaska. And I'm not trying to take away from that's just demographics. It is what it is. But, you know, if you want to see the real Arctic, you need to go fucking up north. You need to go to Dead Horse. How about there? Go to fucking Juneau. Go up off the goddamn coastline. Let that goddamn Arctic frigid air fucking get in your blast right through your coldest fucking Arctic gear that you can wear, you know. You know, but that's anyways, you know, Father gave me an abundance. I've done a lot of things, so I didn't get cheated or anything. So I don't deserve anything that happens, and whatever happens to me is just exactly what he wants to happen. But I'm just disappointed in nobody helping my son or daughter because they're both fucking innocent. I mean, Elijah got in trouble, but he did his shit times too. He should not be suffering right now. This world is cruel. They don't fucking care about my son. None of his family don't give a fuck about him. If he has any of his blood, they don't give a fuck. Obviously, his own mom, you know, his stepdad that did something fucking horrible to him should have fucking called me by now. Um, but but if I thought I could get a lawyer with a $10, what are you talking about, Ziggy? What do you need a lawyer for? What are you getting an attorney for? What do you need an attorney? What do you got going? Oh, yeah, $7,500. That's a screaming deal. How do you get even no retainer for that? Retainers normally at least $15,000 just to retain most. No, you don't see. You're not getting it, Ziggy. So this, and listen, I don't want to toss your ass out of here, number 10 sock at you, just like I did, and I won't because but just you got to listen to me. This is what I don't understand. You're not fucking hearing me, Ziggy. And I did. I threw Lady in Red right out of here. Ziggy, this doesn't cost you any money. The same thing with her. Disabled and a bunch of fucking excuses. Why the fuck don't you guys hear me? It doesn't cost you any fucking money. It doesn't even cost me any money. It costs you your time. Didn't you hear me? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 hours in a secretary. No money involved by you. Yes, you'd have to take your time. You don't have to pay any money, Ziggy. You're not buying me an attorney, a civil lawsuit attorney. You show them the fucking video and they take the lawsuit. That's it. That's all you have to do. That's what fucking Lady in Red. I can't do shit. Shut the fuck up. This is what I told her. Look, Lady in Red, if you don't want to get involved and you don't want to do it, that's one thing. But don't sit there and fucking tell me you can't do it. If you don't want to do it, that's fine. And that's when nobody's wanted to do it. Father hasn't made anybody want to do it. It doesn't cost anybody any fucking money, Ziggy. So all this shit about being fucking broke Dick Bob and disabled, I don't want to fucking hear it. It's a phone call. It's a goddamn take the fucking video to a lawsuit attorney in your state and show it to him. That's it. That's all you have to do. Nobody's done it. It's that fucking simple. And that's Lady in Red got thrown the fuck out of here for that, just so you know. She did that shit, gaslighted me. And I got up, and I'm not getting up because you're not going to do that to me and gaslight me. And I knew she would do it to me. Oh, I tried. And no, fuck you. You can. You just don't want to. That's different. Leave it alone. You don't want to. I still love you. Just moderate for me. Oh, there's nothing I can fucking, I'm doing everything. No, you could. You could get up off your fucking ass, make a goddamn phone call like I'm asking you to do, not pay a single fucking dime. Never asked anybody to pay any money, Ziggy. You know what I'm saying? I have no idea about the law. If you're telling me all I have to do is send the video to the attorney, then yes, you'll have my word. Well, everybody's already said that too, Ziggy. I've heard people say they would do that too. Nobody ever did. And don't worry about it. Don't do it, Ziggy. I'm not asking anybody anymore. I lost Lady in Red over that shit. You just had a misunderstanding, and that's fine. I got it, because I'm not mentioning it anymore. I've been asking people. I really humble myself and say, guys, if you'll file this for me, it will help me because it will make me not like you're putting it on me because the money changers. Remember, Father doesn't like taxes, but Father has shown me this needs to be filed for accountability. Even my criminal attorney says, yes, you have civil lawsuit attorneys. You have civil lawsuits here. They pick up the case for no charge. They make $100 million on the total case. They take half. They make 50, I get 50, I give you 2, 3, 4, 5%, somebody would make millions of dollars here. You know what I'm saying? No, Ziggy, that's what I'm saying. That's what, and that's fine. People are fucking lame, man. And I'm not saying you are, but it falls on deaf ears. I never asked anybody to spend any money. I asking you to be a fucking secretary. Secretary. You know how many people that said they're going to send these videos to Lackluster, Long Island Audit, Chili, all these people. I know these auditors. Nobody ever does. I never hear fucking thing back from these. Oh, I know these auditors. So don't worry about it. You know. No, this is a civil lawsuit that's worth hundreds of millions of dollars probably. So this isn't going to cost them any money. This wouldn't cost me a retainer. They'll pick this up. They see it's a violation of my civil rights. 4th, 5th, 8th, 12th, due process. Anyone's going to look at it and go, holy shit. You know, and then my daughter, the case, you know, they don't want money. I don't need to pay when this big of a case. Okay. This isn't some little lawsuit between, you know, thousands of dollars. We're talking 50, 100, maybe hundreds of millions of dollars. And all somebody has to do is go to a civil lawsuit attorney and hand them the fucking video, show them the video, go online, say, look at this video. This is this pastor, you know, look at this. There's 17 days leading up to it. He has all the videos so they can see the 17 days, you know, up to it, you know what I'm saying? And then there's the SWAT raid. So, but nobody wants to do it. So, and remember, it ain't about me. It was when this happened, maybe this would get somebody out there looking for my son and daughter. So what a cruel fucking group of fucking people in America that don't even give a fuck about it. I even said that. Ziga said, well, maybe I'm the bad dad because I'm going to be such a constitutionalist. But they got targeted because of me. Nobody even wants to give a fuck about my son and daughter in this case. Fuck me. I'm the crazy dad, constitutionalist, blah, 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 loudmouth with 6 fucking YouTube. But they suffered because of me. If somebody would have helped me months ago now, that maybe their bodies had been exhumed off the side of fucking Mount Creek and they've not been relocated and now they're gone and never be found again. I'll have to live with this for the rest of my life. But Father, maybe just like you said, maybe nobody got it, you know? So. No, all you have to do, listen, that's fine. Look, it's this serious. It's this easy. I mean, Ziggy, take them the SWAT raid video and you don't have to do anything. Don't worry about it. And they'll take it from there. They'll take it from there. You know what I'm saying? That's all. Take it from there. When they see it, they're civil lawsuit attorneys. They know what the fuck they're looking at. They're professionals. Even my criminal attorney said, yes, Tracy, they can't do that. That's illegal. Nope. You know, and said, you have, you know what I'm saying? So yeah, that's not hard. You know, they can contact me via email, Predestined4light here on the channel. They're fucking, they have investigator. They would see that I have a link in my bio to the email. They'd contact me or contact you and say, exactly, give me his phone number. So, you know, and look, see, I'm not trying to tempt anybody with fucking money, but if somebody helps me out and I got $50 million, see, why would I not hand you fucking $5 million? And go, Ziggy, here, appreciate that, man. I don't care. I'm donating, you know, $2 million to my retirement fund. The other is going into the High Desert Faith and Truth Ministries fund, and the other one's going to where it can only be spent on ministry, and the other one's going to Jim Brown to buy the classroom that he can't, you know, he's still renting that building out $3,000 a month in Hendersonville, and he can build his duplexes or his fourplexes because there's people who want to go be out there. And I wanted to move out to Tennessee. I fucking had people that were going to hire me out there. They were nice as fuck out there. I applied out there and I got a lot of good responses from like one of the nicest fucking restaurants. They're like, I've been working at 5-star, like, really, like, we've looked through your stuff and we'd love to have you here. And you're a veteran and we give you status and all that. They were really polite. And it's not like out here on the West Coast, they're fucking assholes. But anyway, so I wanted to move out there, but he wants to build some buildings out there to have the ministry get to live there. Kind of like what I'm trying to do there, but he's more trying to do it, you know, on grid, fourplex, you know, duplex. And I want to buy him the classroom so he can stop renting out the building and paying all that money every month. You know, that's fucking $3,000 or $3,600. I mean, you're talking about something like what, you know, $40,000 a year or something he's shelling out to just have the ministry hold it into a classroom. So that's what I would do with the money. You know what I'm saying? I would not I don't need the money. My retirement, just the 2 million, just so I can retire. I can live on peanuts. I don't need that kind of money. I could, but that would just give me enough so I can retire anywhere in the world and say, okay, I can go here and they'll let me live there because I have enough income to show I won't be a burden to their, healthcare system and society. And that's how it normally goes in other countries. So if not, I don't care. I don't care if I never file it, just so you know, because I could have already filed it and I don't because I don't fucking want the money. So what somebody would be doing for me is making it easier for me because then it wouldn't burden me feeling like, oh, well, I did this and I shouldn't do that. And I know I'm not trying to pass the buck on somebody else, but it just make it a little easier for me to swallow. Somebody helped me out. They got me an attorney. And I actually 100%, Ziggy, think that if I got a civil lawsuit attorney from a different state, since this involves the state of Oregon, you know what I'm saying? This would be better to have fucking attorney not in Oregon so they can, not in Oregon. You know what I'm saying? But it would be better, you know what I'm saying? It'd be better, no, just look, all you have to do is, whatever you want to say. However you want to word it. They'll look at it. They're attorneys. They'll know. They'll see it. If there's mid-low lawsuit filed, they'll want to know, wait a minute, hold on a minute here. Now they can't just incarnate. This guy's not with the gun yelling. They're going to do some research. If they think it's worth something, they'll definitely, they'll know they'll know what, a right to due process is, and they'll know, so it really is as simple as, hey, this is my pastor. He's online. Look at this video. He doesn't have an attorney. He said he needs to get an attorney, and he thinks it'd be better to be out of the state. And I do too, Ziggy. See what I'm saying? That's what I'm telling you. I think if I had an attorney that wasn't in the state of Oregon, this involves the state police. I need to have somebody from an outside source police this state, not somebody from within the state. I think that's a conflict of interest. I think I get better. It's like you get a better attorney. That's why my attorney's $500 an hour in this 8-hour day. That's 8 times 5, right? There's $4,000 just going to in drive time to just drive to the court case. $4,000 just in drive time. You know what I'm saying? That I'm paying just to drive. I'm paying him $4,000 to drive windshield time. That's insane. You know what I'm saying? But he's $500 an hour and he hasn't called me. Imagine that. Thank you, Father. But either way, it won't cost any money. It won't cost anybody any money. It's not like that's not how that works. Civil lawsuit attorneys, there's hundreds of millions of dollars for them to be made. They don't want to. They won't. You know what I'm saying? There you go. Scott's got it right. You're looking at it from the outside, guys. You can see it's like you don't go to your friends or your family for fucking advice. They love you. They don't want to see you hurt. They're going to give you shitty advice, brothers and sisters. They're going to give you shitty advice. Don't go for your family. Don't get your family involved in your fucking problems. Go to somebody who don't fucking know you. They don't care. They don't love you, and they're going to tell you like it is. Right? You go to friends, you go to family. Oh, they love you. They don't want to see you hurt. They're going to tell you. They're going to be nice to you. They're going to candy coat this shit. Right? So Scott's got it right. Looking from the outside, you're going to get a better view if you're looking out and you're not having any fucking liability. That's why I hired John, because he don't give a fuck about Lake County. He's in Lane County. That's fucking, 8-hour drive away. That's a long drive. They're all part of the bar, but over here, I hire an attorney over here. They deal with it over here. They're going to be biased to this county. So that's why I hire an attorney so far away. You have to. It's the way it works. So, good analogy there, Scott. But that's what I'm saying. You got to have somebody from the outside source to police this, or it's not going to get police property. This could be bias. So, yeah, we're always asking I've been trying to get more of that in this channel so people in America get to hear that. I'm starting to see some other people catch on this too, to kind of pick this up. What do the other people outside of this country think of us? And kind of just do the old salesman tactic, shut up, first person that talks loses, So same thing. You got it, Scott. Exactly. No, that doesn't include, that's not true. And that's fine. You could say, Eli, but that they can't assault you. That's an assault. They have to call it's called use of force regulation. Eli, just so you know. Because I already talked to my criminal attorney, he said, yeah, you absolutely do. You have several cases. And that's the criminal attorney. So they had a warrant, but you have to serve the warrant properly. You fail to serve the warrant properly, there has to be justification to use force. Yes, they were justified, but they can't just start throwing fucking hand grenades into somebody while they're sleeping. That they cannot do. Eli, you see what I'm saying? I appreciate it if you did. Outstanding, Eli. But see what I'm saying? You're not, somebody's not going to want it. If you look at the use of force regulation, this is part of any police agency. I prior special weapons and tactics trained. I've been a SWAT. I've done this. Okay. You can't come. If I was threatening them with a gun, pointing a gun at them, that's different. Then they can throw a grenade. Then, see what I'm saying? So that's totally incorrect. What you were told is not correct. So they have to have justification to hit me in with a grenade. I was only asking with no, and they were actually, because they're liable, were watching the inside of this. So they knew what I was doing. I can prove that they know what I was doing inside this building. They were on the live stream watching what I was doing. So they seen that I was just putting on a coat. They can't justify their use of force. That is cruel and unusual punishment. Now, listen, Eli, I appreciate it if you did. Anybody, freaking A, man, at least try. Much love, man. Much love for trying. But if you see what I'm saying, they didn't have a warrant for my daughter. Now, they placed charges against her, but they didn't have a warrant for her. That was an illegal arrest. That was a kidnapping. You have to show probable cause. If you're going to remove somebody from their property, you have to show probable cause. And they knew she was here. It wasn't like they just showed up and they knew she was here. So they have to have a signed indictment, a jury indictment by a judge, warrant showing, calling out probable cause, where and who, showing the crime committed, where and who they were going to search. And they didn't have that on her. And they grenaded her. That's excessive force. That is a kidnapping right there. Her on the case alone would make this whole case a fucking wash. That's why I believe they're dead. My son and daughter are dead because they went after him because of this fucking lawsuit that I'm telling you. Yeah, and she didn't commit a crime. And see, they dropped her charges because they said, oh, that's not enough evidence. They said they heard her say stop the car, but that's not actually hindering prosecution or interfering with the peace officer. I've never gone back and listened to it. Maybe you guys have. I haven't. It doesn't even matter if she did. She didn't stop Elijah, grab the wheel. Elijah's a grown man. Even my attorney says, Tracy, there is no case here. If you didn't, the first thing he asked me, he's like, their case against you is this video where you're filming them. You're driving down the road. Anyways, so, and they're saying that you hindered them from arresting your son. Now, he said, now, Tracy, were you driving? I said, no, John. He said, okay. And he said, now listen, he said, did you physically stop Elijah from stopping the car? I said, no, John. I told him, I said, don't stop the car. He said, Tracy, that's not interfering with the peace officer. That's not hindering prosecution. I said, I know, John. They dropped my daughter's charge for the same fucking thing. Because they said they heard her and put a warrant out for her, where I said they arrested her and didn't have a warrant. Why the fuck are we even dealing with this, John? That's a fucking kidnapping, And they've dropped her charges, and that's why he said we need to get closer to the case and I will posture. So I have a pretty good idea what he's going to go. See, because look, guys, they don't have a criminal conspiracy charge against me because they dropped Adriana's charges for criminal conspiracy. I know that if my daughter was alive, she could file immediately a cruel and unusual punishment, excessive force. Her Fourth Amendment violation to be secure in her house, papers, persons. They violated a person by grenading her without her. They kidnapped her, right, without warrant. That's 25-year sentence, brothers, sisters. I told you. And if they're armed, it's a fucking life in prison. If these people on this case get convicted, there's going to be a lot of cops going to prison for what they did to Adriana. This case is a massive fucking case. What they did to Adriana, this grenade pin, they had a warrant. They had a fucking warrant, but they can't grenade Adriana from a dead sleep. And they can't grenade Elijah from a dead sleep either, even if they got a warrant for his arrest. I made it clear for 17 fucking days and created a discovery that there is no weapons. They have none, and I only had 2, and that's all they ever found on this property. They went through the whole fucking property. That's all they ever had. And I never even picked him. I never even fired him in my life, ever, once. They were here to expel, wolf comes over here trying to attack the coop or something, they're here to protect the animals. So this grenade pin is why I don't believe that my daughter is alive. You know what I'm saying? Because she could file this lawsuit the minute they dropped her charges in September. She should have went and filed the lawsuit. The inside of that goddamn windshield is fucking spiderweb from the explosion inside of that fucking motorhome. They should have been taken to the hospital and not the county jail. I'll file the lawsuit. I guarantee they'll fucking shit their pants that I haven't filed it. This will probably be Tracy Werner against the state of Oregon. It'll be one of the largest lawsuits ever to come out of the state of Oregon. They may reshape how SWAT teams operate after this fucking SWAT raid, because you can't go in and just grenade somebody from a fucking dead sleep. There was no fucking threat whatsoever, and I had 17 days of creating discovery saying that we're not going to use any weapons out here. We're using our fucking voice. This is a stand up, not a stand off. Remember, there are 17 days leading up and then years of calls up to them SWAT raiding this ministry, this sanctuary. Did they say you threatened to hurt them on YouTube? No, I didn't. I said if I was teaching the Fourth Amendment, Ziggy, if backed into a corner, right? They said if I was backed into a corner, I would strike. I would fight to the death to keep my son from going to prison, telling them that I was using my Fourth Amendment right to protect him under affirmative defense, using his right to protect him from illegal prosecution, not using weapons. 17 days straight, Ziggy. I made it well fucking known that there was no weapons to be used, that they would bring weapons and we would all go like this, which we did. Remember, they shot my son with his hands over his fucking head. His hands are in the fucking air. I can see him and I'm pleading him. If you watch the SWAT raid, and they shot him anyways. With his hands over his head. Now they've already kidnapped my daughter. At that point they hadn't. They've grenaded her and him. Then he comes out non-resistant, and you hear me pleading him. Guys, he's coming out. He's coming out peace, because he called me. Dad, I'm not going to prison. I'm not going. Remember we talked about the thief on the cross, son? Okay, Dad, I love you. Going out peacefully, guys. He has his hands in the air. You hear him, what about my 180 hours? Why are you taking me? Then you hear him say, I think, what now or something, or like, because he says, move to the left, and he's complying with him, and they just shoot him anyways. And then you hear the fucking SWAT officer, come out to the door. Stop making it more difficult. They wanted me to grab that goddamn gun and come out the door so they can shoot me. That's it. I don't care what anybody says. And Father knows. So this pin right here, it shows the excessive force. This, if they never would have filed this, they might have got away with doing this to me. Because yes, I was teaching under your Fourth Amendment, you have the right to protect yourself. If somebody comes on your property under Title 18, you have the right to use the force necessary. I said that I wasn't going to use force. That's what I was telling. And so there's no way they can come against and fucking indict me. Hell to the fuck no. They can't have too much discovery. They're not even looking at it. And you know what? I should feel confident, because they haven't looked into all this shit. They ain't going to fucking do nothing to me. whatever, even if they do have the right of appeal. When it goes to federal case, federal appeal court, 90+% of cases get overturned in a federal case because they actually look into the goddamn case. So this pen right here shows their intentions to come out here and assault and batter my daughter and assault and batter my son. And 45 seconds later, they assault me. They shoot Elijah with his fucking hands over his head. After that, with his hands over his head, yes, they fucking did. There's more excessive force. And then they continue to lob 5 fucking tear canisters into a 8 by 40 building with a bathroom, a fucking toilet, a shower, the wood stove, all this other stuff. 5 of these. This is excessive force as well. This is excessive force as well. Do you understand? These are excessive force. These are probably just as valuable. Each one of these is probably worth $25 million. I don't think I'm going to be off if this goes to lawsuit. I think I'll be real close. I'll say, guys, remember what I talked about? And I think each one of these is worth about $25 million. You guys, I am still suffering from this shit. I have, choking, coughing attacks every fucking day because I still live in this building where it's still tucked in behind all these walls. One of these turned this place like fucking Casper in here. We'll use it as a parable. Imagine 5 of these things in here and having to clean that shit for 2 fucking months. My lungs are ruined for life. I'll never have the same lungs I had. I'll never have this, whatever's going on. And they're going to find there's something up here where they hit me in the side of my face. That's where all that blood was coagulating, and then something that was going on, and it still is. I just don't talk about it. I have to wait to go fucking get x-rays when I'm not fucking doing it here in America. Do you know what it feels like to get hit in the face with a grenade without hearing protection in your ear? Do you know most people, anybody, I guarantee if they tried and did that experiment on anybody and hit them in the face without hearing protection, they would drop onto the fucking ground like a sack of fucking potatoes. The fuck was that? I don't know. Some light flashing here. Big ass light. What the hell was that? Lit up the whole back side of that wall. Hold on, guys. That lit up the whole back side of that room over there. What the hell was that all about? What a trip. You saw that too, didn't you, Bumbo? Yeah, me and my dog saw that. That whole back side of that wall just lit up, and there ain't nothing out there. Do have the craziest things happen down here sometimes. Dude, that was a trip. The whole fucking back side of that wall just whoosh lit up like something shined inside of that, and I didn't see it through here. There's fucking nothing out there, man. Did you see that too, Momo? You saw that, huh? That was fucking bright. What the hell was that? I went over there, looked out the door, I didn't see anything. It's all dark and black. Weird. I apologize, guys. I don't know if you've seen, that was just crazy. Something just lit up over here on the side. I don't know, you've seen it catch my attention. I was like, whoa, what the hell was that? So, but anyways, it is what it is. I'm not going to try to, I'm not going to try to change anything. I know Father's done everything he wants out here, and I just didn't want to file the lawsuits again because I didn't think it's the right thing to do, to tax the taxpayer because of the criminal behavior of the people who are supposed to be serving them as public servants or community servants or committing crimes. The taxpayer is on the hook for the actions of the cop, and all what they did out here was excessive. Immediate, I don't think anybody would be able to not. There's no way they would not be able to say that. 5 tear gas canisters, flash grenades. There was no justification for it. Nobody was violent. Nobody was being fucking violent. It just didn't turn out like they thought. So it's okay. I know Father is doing it, and he's so brutal to me. I can't even believe I'm just literally weeks away from my court date. And I've given an attorney tens of thousands of dollars and not a single penny, it's been worth any of it. He hasn't called me, hasn't said shit. I can't even report my son to the state police murdered. And he just, remember, he didn't even want to talk about it. So it is what it is. I'll get over it or I'll go to jail, right? So anyway, I'll cross that bridge when I get there. So it's just hard to believe that nobody cares about my son or daughter. There's just nobody else. I cannot believe there's nobody else in this world looking for my son or daughter or even cares. That's the one that just, it's like, why? It's just, never mind. It doesn't matter. It's not going to change. But we just lead, I guess, such little lives, just teeny little lives that we don't have anybody in our lives, that nobody's looking for us. So his own mom don't even give a fuck about what's going on in his life, I guess. She never did. So that's nothing new. It's kind of always been like that with her. She just never really wanted. She stopped breastfeeding him at like 13 fucking days. She didn't want to do it. But oh well. Yeah, so I don't know what'll happen. Yeah, well, that's what I was hoping, kind of connection. That's what I was hoping. There'd be somebody in the sidelines, not somebody who came forward, is what I'm saying. That now you understand what I'm saying. Connection's got it. I'm glad I have you here, Scott. I really do. Father, thank you for sending me Scott. Because that's what I was hoping. Somebody on the outside would see this, go, oh my God, guys, look at this shit. Let's go through this, guys. Look at this. This guy's a veteran, a dad. He don't have a record. I mean, his shit is legit. He's got fucking validity. There's validity to this case. We need to step in. He is being fucking menaced. He was calling, saying they were running over his fucking property again. And who does he call when the cops are menacing him? And yet he has menacing charges against menacing the police when they're out menacing. Remember, they were over driving over the fucking, the desert rat totem, the landmark that I've had out there for years. They're running it over with their goddamn cop cars, laughing at me, fucking mocking me, harassing me, menacing me. And who the fuck do you call when the cops are menacing you, man? It's like, wow. And if anybody ever ping their vehicles, ping their duty phones, and ping their personal phones, you'll see it was their cop car who went up and hit the goddamn pole. But will they ever see a day in jail with anything happen? It's insane. And it's all Father doing it. You know what I'm saying? Ziggy, they're on the playlist. It's on the playlist. They're separated. The videos are on the playlist. Ziggy, I pulled the videos off on the live stream. You got to go to live and go to the playlist. Oregon SWAT raid, 17 days. That should be enough. And then there's the if they want, there's the leading up to there's those 3 videos on the live. Well, there's 17 days, where they were, the Sam Birch or Lance Brown follows to the house. There's no pursuit. Remember, no lights, no sirens, didn't get out of his car, didn't identify himself, nothing of the sort. And then the 17 days, they're on the live stream playlist. So it's on the live stream. They're all separated on there. Those are the only ones that I separated to the playlist up there. There's a playlist on the live stream playlist, and they're all separated so that, you don't have to try to go through all that, I'm pretty sure that I have the pursuit or whatever. I think I put that up there. So anyways, let's stop talking about it. It is what it is. It'll be done here in 21 days. You guys won't have to deal with my fucking whiny bitch ass anymore. I'll just go to jail and it'll be done, or we'll be on the road. It'll be I hope I'm ready to go by then, brothers and sisters. I hope Father will help me prepare what I need to go to get on the road. I know I'm trying. I put the tent in today. I packed some food today. I got the cot to sleep on because I don't know if I'm going to be able to come with the money. I'm going to have to pay the taxes before I leave here. I'm not leaving here with unpaid taxes. So I have $300 worth of taxes to pay, and at least the land payment twice. So about $800 I'm going to have to put towards the land before I can leave. So all the taxes are paid up, and then the land payment's paid for this month, and then the month prior, because I have it for this month, and I would be leaving in December. So I need it paid while I'm gone, for at least a month, and then I'll figure out how to make that up on the road. It's $250, $245. I can make $245 on the road if I just stop. I found my tool belt today, so I'm bringing my tool belt too, so that I can, if I need to frame, build anything, I'll just whatever. I'll find work. All kinds of work out there if you want to work. So I know how to work. So I just need to get away from here. I work around here for the ministry. I don't work for money. So I trade for assets that I can get money for the ministry, but I don't really. But if I need money for me, I'll go to work. I have a tool belt. I know how to read a tape measure. I know how to read blueprints. I know how to use a framing square and build level building spec. I can build them on a table. I can build them on the ground. I can build them, whatever. I know how to. That's same. I should get. That's just my hand. That's just building. I got all kinds of other jobs. I'd love to go sell some fucking meat, man. That would be a blast. Love to go work and sell for a meat company. I was thinking about that the other night, and so I might do that. I'll go sell a whole goddamn truckload of meat so fast right now. I got seafood in the back truck if you cast your pole back here today. The boss set out to give half this truck away for free. Anybody who takes one, you can surf and turf. That's right. You buy the steaks today and you get all the seafood, lobster, tilapia, right? If you know, hell no, we got the orange roughy, got the, so all wild caught, and hell, I'll tell you what, you can buy half the cow today instead of just eat the other half. I'll just give you seafood, chicken, and pork for the other half a cow. How's that sound? Buy half the cow, I'll replace the other cow with seafood, chicken, and pork. Where do you want me to back up the truck? You got one of those freezers in your garage, right? You got one at your business, right? Go get your checkbook. I take cash with 5 pieces ID, MP3s, CDs, RV keys, anything with a title. Shit, I'll take your kids if they work hard. I've done this, guys. I'm sure I can do it again. Just go get your checkbook, right? So I don't use checks. I use credit card. Go get your credit card. So I could do that. I'd love to do that. People eat meat, What do you mean you're a vegetarian? Eat chicken and seafood, right? Oh, well, we eat a little seafood. All right, I'll be right back with the seafood. Hold on. Let me show it to you. It's free to look at. It's no charge. You don't like it, I'll throw it back on the truck. So, go get your credit card. I'll get your receipt. So, I'm not the guy that you should be messing with when it comes to meat, man. So people pay me to put my meat in their mouth. I have the best job in the world. Think about that. I get paid to have people put my meat in their mouth. That's a pretty damn good job, don't you think? So I'd enjoy the job. I really did. I enjoyed selling food to people because it was organic, trackable, traceable, free range chicken, gold medallion pork, and all wild caught seafood. I sold the good stuff. You just had to buy a lot from me. I wasn't like the Schwann's man. He'll say popsicles. I sell steak sickles. I'm like the ice cream man for grown-ups. Once again, you won't have to chase me down like the ice cream man. Here's my number. You call me back. Everything's guaranteed in your freezer for a whole year. Taste, tenderness, and freezer burn. They do. It's all flash frozen. It's all portion control. We don't sell it by the pound. We sell it by the portion. So, like I said, you can surf and turf for under probably $8 a meal. Steak and shake, baby. Shake, rattle, and roll. No, that's what I'm saying. I'm not worried about it. I don't need money, Ziggy. I don't need money. I don't want money. I have assets. You want to buy some land? Want to come out here and live for free? I'm a giver. I try not to take for anything from anybody. I don't want to own anything. Remember, I'm just trying to get the vehicle so I can take my pony. It's just like having saddlebags and a horse to me. So Should I take out a horse? I just think a 4Runner is going to get me there a little quicker to Mexico at this time. So man's got to have a horse, right? So, but yeah, I'll have to do that again. Definitely before I go run off to the out into the wild blue yonder, if that, or go pack her up for a while. I don't know what happened there, but we'll get it figured out. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out one day at a time. Just one in here. When I did TikTok, I could get 8 of you guys to come in, and you could just jump in the room, and I'd have 1,500 people, Yeah. But yeah, like I said, my main focus before I leave here is just to spend as much time with my dog. If I end up having to go to jail, that is what it is, or get ready to get this vehicle to get on the road. Because one thing, again, I really wish that you guys could focus, and I'm probably going to wrap it up after here and call her a night. Mobility is probably the best thing you can have over anything. You don't want to sit there like a duck in a pond just waiting to be shot, correct? Um, Fight or flight. Why fight with anybody? You know what I'm saying? Yeah, absolutely. That's the plan, Eli. I plan on taking the ministry on the road. I can sit here and film, but I don't want to do that anymore. I'm getting tired of just sitting here waiting for people to come out here and nobody invites, or I've had all the invites and people don't want to take, and the invite. So I'll just take the show on the road. I don't little like a show, but it'll get better. It's going to be awesome. We go out on the streets and talk to people. I've done this. I've done 6 channels on YouTube, done man on the street videos are my favorite thing to do. They truly are my favorite way to do as a reporter. I don't care whether you like it or not. I've been doing this 6 fucking years. Truth Viral Television was, a very informative channel that brought this 923 ritual on that they're doing today. So the best thing to happen to this ministry will be to go mobile, where I can just stick a camera in somebody's face and a microphone. They got those little and ask people, where's hell? Where's heaven? If there's no J's in Hebrew or Greek, why do we use the word Jesus? I'm not trying to be a dick to anybody, but it's going to be organic. It's going to be awesome. I'm the guy to do it too. I don't mind. I'm talking to anybody. I can talk to crowds of people. I've done media, large events, television, radio. I've done all that shit. I don't want to I don't care. You know, um, that doesn't bother me. But to go on the road and stick cameras, just one-on-one too. I'm not trying to do large crowds, and just go see what the people have to say. Man on the street, boots on the ground. It's gonna be awesome. We can go into churches. I plan on doing some stuff like that and asking, the pastor, hey, you guys celebrate Jesus here, and kind of set them up a little bit. You guys celebrate here, or ask them, hey, they thought I'd come here. I was telling that the person who knows the most is the person here. Is that you? Oh yeah, that's you. Tickle their feathers a little bit, rub their ear. You know what I'm saying? And then uh, go out in the churches and say, hey, was Lot's wife turned to a pillar of salt? And see that you could just unzip all these fake pastors and deacons and reverends and show you they don't know the word, they don't know the gospel, and then show them to the narrow way. You know what I'm saying? Show them to the narrow way. So it should be quite enjoyable. Like I said, and we'll be able to move along throughout, and show you that the gospel is hard to find. And he doesn't generally not going to find him in any church. I guarantee almost any church that I can go into, they won't have any gospel. The pastor or deacon or reverend, eat a dick, Big Joe, whatever your name is, Big Toe, Bigfoot. So, but we'll go into the churches and show you, ask the pastor, hey, it says in scripture that Lot's wife was turned to a pillar of salt, and maybe I'll get a picture of a picture and say, is this what it, can you tell me about this? How does that work or whatever? Yeah, well, she was turned back. No, she wasn't turned to a pillar of salt. You're a heresy. Why are you in here telling people that's a parable, right? No, it's an idiom. It did not mean that she was literally turned to sodium, and then kind of unzip them, and then bounce out of there. Because I'm not trying to go get the cops called on me or nothing, but just show people the narrow way. Grace and Truth Ministries, High Desert Faith and Truth Ministries. See you later. And go expose that too. That was another thing that we could do on the road. We can expose that you're not going to find the Hamashiach in most, any church, anywhere. I can almost guarantee that we can go in and start talking to almost any of the leader, the person that's up there in the pulpit, sharing the gospel, right? That they're not sharing any gospel. So it's just a big fake church. It's just another, many will come in my name saying they are Christ and they'll be deceived. That's Christianity. That's Calvinism. That's Lutheran. That's Mormon. That's Baptist. You're not going to find any gospel there. You know what I'm saying? Since we can't try to bring people to the narrow way, why an infinite amount of times? I'm curious why you decide never to permanently ban people. Because because Father Ziggy separates the chaff, right? Or the weeds from the wheat. At the end of this, we just judge with righteous judgment. Thank you. Excellent question, though. Excellent question. Nobody's ever been permanently banned. I won't even allow myself to permanently ban anybody. Even Lady in Red can come back in here. She could come back the same damn night. She just chose not to. But nobody gets permanently banned, because then we're playing the role of Father, where he separates the wheat from the chaff. That's Old Testament. Eye for an eye, judgment. Under this testament, we run it through the testament of his, we discern through his judgment. We show people in the broad way to the narrow way. If not, we show them to the right. Until the lights come outside, and on outside, or something bulb shines up in their head, or the lights come on, and then they can come back if they can produce fruit. But excellent question. We do it because that's what Father tells us to do. We are just the fishers of men. The net knows what it catches. It just does the job of the net. It's unbiased, right? He separates the harvest and gets the first fruits. And remember, buying the weeds or chaff and burn them, and then take the wheat and gather them and put them in my barn, in his house. So I'm only doing what Father tells me to do. I'm doing it that way. I want some of these people never to come back, but they can come back and be quiet, right, and learn. So this is what Father tells us to do. If they want to come back and try their luck, and there's no luck, add it again 2 times to get them out of here. So it's awesome. I love it. Thank you, Father, for giving us this discernment so we can, I'm a hypocrite. I dangle the carrot out there 3, 4, 5, and I shouldn't do that. But it's a learning experience. If you see what I'm saying, Zig, on that. When I troll people, whatever, we're learning from their ignorance, right? So everybody in the chat can learn. Imagine how dull this would be if we just banned everybody that didn't, and didn't troll the trolls every once in a while. So it's kind of like dangling a carrot on a string, you know what I'm saying? But it's not, if people are on the broad way, you show them to the narrow way. That's what it says. Love thy neighbor, love thy enemy like thyself. So we don't change. We don't judge anybody differently. We don't actually judge them. We use Father's word as our judgments. He separates the wheat from the chaff at the end. If they're in the broad way, we show them in the narrow way. And if they don't want to hear it, then we rebuke them and depart from them. Remember, do not partake in unfruitful works of darkness. Rebuke them with the light. And he's the light. We put that light at the top of our house, and we let him speak for us. That's the judgments, that righteous judgment. He's the only one that's right. We're not right. We're filthy rags. We all fall short of his word. And so the best thing that for us to do is just be, good servants, good slaves, and he's our master, and let him beat us, and we'll do whatever we're told. Yes, master. Whatever you say, master. Master is the word Lord, but you know what I'm saying? You can't serve 2 masters. Well, Ziggy, that's just part of what makes the ministry. And like I said, Ziggy, I don't try to overdo it, and I do. I'm being honest. I'm guilty. I'm a fleshy man. So, you know what I'm saying? It's nice to know that Father gives us the ability to learn from each other. And then when we see somebody in the broad way, we show them to the narrow way. That's it. I'm not trying to fight with people over the letter J, remember? Getting fish hooked, fishers of men. I don't care about the letter J. That's the 10 years ago, what if, a long time ago, I was fighting with people over how is his name John, and if Jesus was walking down the street and talking to John, and John said, how would he know they'll know them. Remember, what does it say? My flock will know them by the gospel unchanged. Don't go try to change the gospel. Go give them the gospel. That's it. You don't need to make it fancy. And I used to do that, sensationalize it a little bit. And that's not how we bring anybody. Because remember, he said, if I didn't call out to their hearts to seek after me, not what them would, we're not bringing anybody to Christ. That's not what your job is, to bring anybody to Christ. You can't turn a goat into a sheep. It's not possible. Remember, that's already been chosen for the foundation of the world. You're supposed to go out and share the light. Father rebukes them. Something you might say, Ziggy, sharing the word that somebody hears come out of your mouth, Father rebukes them. It's the word they heard, the word of Father they heard. It might take 5 days, 5 weeks, 5 months. Hell, it might be 5 years, that boomerang thing, and come back and just wham, cut their head right off, right? But it's the word that does it. See, Father is the one who rebukes. Father is the one. He's the one who heals a person, but you can't be healed until you've been rebuked, walk in repentance, and then been saved at the end and then healed. Because the word sozo is to be carried, lifted from beginning point to an ending point, and then healed. So anybody who screws you over, he will right at the end, right? So all these state troopers, all these people who did whatever to me, my daughter, my son, and my animals, even if they got away with it in this lifetime, they're not going to get, because the measure you pour out on others will be poured back out on you. So that's why I try to encourage people. Don't be going by this system, because Christ stood up to the system. That's what he's telling you to do, and now you're going with it. When he's the one who actually stood up to it, and he said, conform to my image, follow after me. That's why I'm not so much concerned about the things that I'm doing, even if they throw me in jail. Do you think that's my judge? My judge is not some man in a black robe. My judge is Father, right? No, hell no. I don't want to be judged by Father. The wages of sin, one sin is death. I need Christ covering. I need that covering for my sin, not my sins, my shortcomings, but what I've done to stand up against the beast. That's the sins of the world that he's covering. That's right. So all these, whatever they do to me, even if they convict me and they get away, they're not going to get away with this, because I'm standing up against the corporation. I'm trying to help my son when they're wrongfully trying to convict him. If he did something that he didn't do the time for, I would send his ass to jail. He already went to jail. Remember, he already did his probation times 2. So if he didn't do, something that, he didn't finish, then that'd be different, but he did. And then times 2. So he's a man of conviction of God, and he needed somebody to advocate for him, because he couldn't. He's on probation. He can't say nothing. They won't listen to you. You're not on parole. You're just on probation, right? It's ridiculous what, they've done to my son, So I don't feel bad for standing against this county, the state, because that's Christ-like to do. If you're not standing against the perverted law, you're not Christ-like. You're going to hell. You're already in hell, remember? You have to stand against the system to be called out in the Lamb's Book of Life at the wedding supper. You'll be persecuted for my name's sake. Your name will be called out in the Book of Life. Persecuted for my name's sake. Your name will be called out in the Book of Life. You think that has anything to do with fucking Ziggy or Scott or Tracy or John or Jake? That's not what name is in the Book of Life. Fuck off. Seriously, you think that's what it means? No, it means standing up to perverted law. These are the ones that I chose. They stood up like me. They were persecuted and suffered and refined by tribulation and baptized by long suffering, fire, and rituals of, the ritual of men they pulled on them. They didn't fear a man in a black robe. They feared me. Only those who fear the Lord will have their names written in the book of remembrance, and he knows, prognosko, the ones that I remember. That's not the book of life, and that is not the book of judgments. That is the book of remembrance. And only those who fear the Lord will have their names written in that book. That's a whole separate book you may even never heard of. I don't know too many teachers or pastors or deacons or reverends, even biblical scholars who know about the book of remembrance. See, I only fear the Lord. He is my judge. He, the Hamashiach, is my covering for standing up for whatever they're doing to me. Do you understand? What they're doing to me is what Christ said they would do to me. If I stood up against them, they would persecute me, just like they did to Matthew, Peter, Paul, Luke. All the apostles died a martyr's death for standing and giving up their lives and following Christ. And they died all a martyr's death. You know what I'm saying? They did, brothers and sisters, because they stood against the perverted law. And they don't like that, brothers and sisters, when you stand against their system. Do you know in America, 98.5% of the cases agree to go to without a judge, without, you know what I'm saying, a jury trial, a verdict by jury? Only 1.5% of cases even tried to go to trial. So they're very used to getting people to taking these plea agreements. Bar gains. It gains for the bar. They gain. They extort your merchant number. That's how they get paid. They all work for the bar. So that's how this works. You understand? So I don't care. Even if they throw me in jail, I tried to resist it. I try not to go, but if they do and they extort my merchant number, Father will cover me. I don't want to give to the beast, but if I end up doing it, at least I try not to give to the beast. I stood against it, and then they threw me into the system. But, you know, and now I'm actually, like I said, that's why I put my head down now. I've done everything I could do, and if I can avoid feeding the system by putting my body into the system and letting them take dollars from my account number, then I'm not going to do that. And I'm going to try to, you know, continue on and not throw myself into the system and let them extort that merchant number. But only 1.5% of cases in America even try to fight the system, brothers and sisters. Everybody else just spreads their butt cheeks, bends over, no gasoline, no Vaseline, and you get a reach around while you get pounded from behind like sodomy by the system. And you allow them to do that in America. And you pay to have that done to yourself, and you pay to do it. Yeah, to have it done, and then you pay the rest of the money they take and send off to war. So I don't want my money thrown into the system. That's why I'm trying to avoid going to jail at this point. Why I hired a fucking attorney. Apologize, but I did. But and look what it's doing. Nothing. Do I care? No. Is it stressful? Kind of. Once again, what can I do? Don't make plans. Just prepare. So, yes, I did too, Ziggy. Absolutely. That's my fucking problem with me, Ziggy. How many people I lollipop my fucking ass off, saying my own personal pocket Jesus bullshit, all this other nonsense. I used to be sensational. You know what I'm saying? No, Father will take care of that, okay? It'll fall on deaf ears, Ziggy. I feel so responsible because I've always been so boisterous about the word, and I didn't always get it right. I didn't quite understand the gospel like I have refined today. You understand? So, but that's fine, Ziggy. I led people away by telling them some fake bullshit Jesus nonsense. Don't worry about it. Come out of my people. Whatever. It doesn't matter. Father will pull them to listen. You didn't bring anybody to God. You didn't bring anybody to God. Father said, if I didn't call out to their hearts to seek after me, not one of them would. If they are truly anchored in faith, you didn't cause one to stumble then. Father will, you know, I've done it. I bet you I did it 100 million more times than you did, Ziggy. You did it as an atheist. I did it as a Christian. Even worse. So you didn't bring shit to as many fucking bullshit stories as I was telling people of this. It was still based off of what I still teach today, but it was watered down. You don't need to add to the gospel. The gospel doesn't need to be changed. The gospel is the gospel. So when you sensationalize, oh, you're fishers of men. When you go out there, you'll have stacks of chips. It's like poker. And when you get, oh, I got all those stacks of, you know, it's telling people you're bringing people to God. And I knew goddamn good and well that I wasn't doing that. I was just being sensational. You know what I'm saying? I was being sensational. I was being a fairy tale, making up my own version of the word. So I've done it for decades. Just so you know, Ziggy, you probably just did it a little bit. I did it for a long time. Whatever. He said, come out or might be. I don't know if I did it per day, but I did it over a decade for a good 10 years. And, you know, really. And I thought I was doing the right thing, but I wasn't doing anything. Father was doing it. Father does all things. Father creates all things. Everything not written and ever will be. All glory to Shiloh. I was off the mark, sinning. Remember? To sin, the word karak or character is the word, right? Mark, to be marked, you know, not sealed. So if you're marked, you're doing right. So to be, your character's off and guilty. So we've all been guilty of doing that, especially if Father's pulling us to him, because we have a tendency, if we know we're supposed to go share. So I'm sure when we're young in faith, he's going to forgive us for our shortcomings because we're a stupid young baby Christian or a baby believer, right? But the more we cut off ourselves, the more he grows inside of us. So it'll work itself out. You know, that's why I pound so hard now. Honestly, imagine the years and years that, you know, I went out pitching the Lord's Prayer and telling everybody again that God creates all things. It says, you know, thy will be done and all these, but then I would sensationalize it and turn it and make it into something of my own version. And that's what you shouldn't do. Just use the text the way it's written. Don't change it. Don't add to it. Don't take away from it. And, you know, it's standalone. It doesn't need to be stood upright like some fucking palm tree or a Christmas tree with nails erect with hammers and fastened with hammers and nails. You know what I'm saying? It is upright. It gets covered with lies, but it doesn't need propped up. That's the nice thing about the truth-reality is it's standalone. It stands by itself. It doesn't need added to or taken away. And that's why he said, don't add or take away from my book. Not a single letter, not a single. So that's what I don't think people quite understand about the scripture when they go through it, is that Christ was a man who stood up to the law. He was a man of sorrows, a man of very few possessions. He was a wandering Jew, a carpenter. Remember, he was a Jewish carpenter, and he felt the weight of the world on his shoulders, obviously, because, you know, he knew what they'd done to the word in flesh, to the Father's law. And he went out and bared the suffering to correct, you know, to get the people back. You know, we don't do it to get them back into the way, because they were in the broad way, you know, and he fulfilled all the covenants so that we don't have to worry about anything other than faith and faith alone. And we know with that faith, and when we're anchored in that faith, we're going to go through hell. It's going to get rocky. It's going to get bumpy, but he's the one who's commanding the ship, and we can't jump the shark. We got to keep letting him steer us through even the hardest of times. And then he parts the ways, like Moses, remember, splits the seas, and we find that he's the Hados, remember, he's the separator. I am the divide, just like the waters, like he divided the waters, remember? So he'll do it again, brothers and sisters. I'm sure he'll do it in this case with me, as he always does. And if none of this gets split until the end, where he separates the wheat from the chaff, I'm okay. As long as I end up in the chaff pile, or I mean, right? No, if I'm in the chaff pile, I'm going to get burnt. The wheat, I need to be one of his, you know, one of the lambs, right? The bride and the bridegroom. I am the bride, so I need to make sure that I'm producing good wheat, good fruit. You know, do not judge them by their cover. You'll know them by their fruit. So, whatever they do to me in this lifetime, they're not going to do anything that Father already hasn't written. Isn't that so beautiful to know? No man has any kind of judgment over me. No man, and no man, and no man in no black robe, no man and no disc attorney, no, even the attorney himself is not going to make what Father has already written not happen in the next 3 weeks, right? So, hallelujah. Isn't that beautiful to know that nothing's going to happen to me that Father didn't already, as long as I'm not acting in my own will and I'm girded in his service, no matter what I go through, it's thy will be done. His will be done, not my own. So, oh, well, Ziggy, we all we all fall short of the word. It's not me who does it; the word does it. He covers for our shortcomings, Ziggy. He really does. He does. You know, listen, I don't want to. I don't want to say, like I said, take away from anything from any of us. A sin is a sin. A sin is a sin. Old Testament, the ways. Remember, it didn't matter if it was a venial or a mortal sin. A sin is a sin. The sins that he's looking at, Ziggy, is when we don't stand up to the law. Seriously, just hear me out. I'll try to shorten this out, and I should go. If we're not standing up like my disciples, bear your cross, right? Suffer. Who shall ever come after me? Deny yourself daily. Take up your cross daily. Follow after me. That's what he's focused on. When we get through the book of judgments, a sin is a sin. Think about it. He's almost not saying that you can't just commit those sins, but he's going to look past most of your shortcomings because your fleshy vessel makes mistakes. You were born from the corrupt dust, for Christ's sake. You were born from the dirt of the corrupt dust, right? And so you're going to sin, but did you stand up to the world? Did you celebrate? Did you do the world? Did you do the things that everybody else was doing? Remember, I think I titled this, No, I Don't Want to Be Like Them, right? I think that's a Tones and I lyric, but it's same thing. Be set apart. Be in it, but be not of it. You know what I'm saying? That's what, you know what I'm saying? So try to remember that the covering that he's covering is for, not that we're going to get away with our sins that we did, our covetousness heart, and maybe we had sticky fingers or something, but what he I'm not saying he'll look past that, but remember the sin that he's really concerned is, okay, I'm going to forgive you because you stood up to America. You stood up to judgments. They were, you know, you went out and fed people and they threw you in jail for feeding people. They went, you know, you were like me and they threw you in jail. They gave you a hard time. They separated, they took something from you. They separated you. You don't actually have to be thrown in a jail, but in a sense, you need to be in prison, separated and being thrown to the side, right? Like society, they treat their, you know, the people like dogs, throw them in a cage, right? You know, I mean, it's so that's the sins that he's covering us for. Okay, that's the sins he's really looking at when he comes back to judge us for our sins, right? No, Father, remember, I stood eye for an eye. These are the ones who stood against that law. Okay, you came back and you sent me to fulfill the law, and these are the ones who stood against that. These are mine. These are the ones I chose. The rest of them, those are yours, Father. They go to them, and he judges them under the wages of one sin is death. One, just fucking one sin. And I just cursed, so take that. You see what I'm saying? One sin, death. Add one jot death, one tittle death if you add to my book of life, right? No, if you add to this book, right? You will not have your name called out in that book of life. Add a jot, a yod, or a tittle, add even a thought, and your name will be canceled, blotted out of the book of life. That's what he's looking at. That's what he's looking at. You think he gives a shit that you, whatever, you went out and procreated with somebody because you weren't fucking married to them? Yeah, right. Go get laid every once in a while if that's... Come on, I'm not saying go spread yourself. The word of the day is legs, spread the word. But you think Father's going to worry because you have procreated with somebody once in a blue moon? You're not out there spreading yourself like butter, you know? Oh, no, you're going to hell now. You had sex out of marriage. You're right. You had sex with the world. You fornicated with the beast. Huh? You're an idolater. You cheated on my law. You think he's worried about you sleeping with somebody? Or I'm not saying, you know what I'm saying? Come on, guys. So we've all fallen short of this word, brothers and sisters. Even when we go out and try to share it with others, we don't get it right. And he knows that. He knows what's in our heart. He's the one who he said, if I didn't call out to their hearts to seek after me, not one of them would. He's the one who makes us do this. So isn't that beautiful? All right. I think it is. So I'm going to go, brothers and sisters. Yeah, be fruitful, multiply. That's what we're here to do. Share the light. Add to the faith. Add, it says in the book of Timothy, adding to your faith. Add. So love you, family, brothers, sisters. Appreciate help me get through another day out here. We're pushing, we're weeks, 2 to 3 weeks away. We're going to go under 3 weeks. We're going to go week and 2 weeks. Oh my goodness, it's getting close. So come back when you guys got some more time. You know what I'm saying? We're all sinners, Ziggy. We're all okay. So did you get what I was saying, Ziggy? I didn't know if you'd left. Ziggy, or you understand what I'm saying? Christ covers us for standing up to the law. That's the sin he's looking at, because we stood up to the beast. That's what he's covering us for. Those are the ones that are going to have their name called out in the book of life. You understand? If you're not standing up to the system, you're not going to be at the wedding. So you made mistakes. So what? Who cares? He made you that way. He made me to make a bunch of mistakes, but we're going to do that. But what were your mistakes? What mistakes did you make? People make a lot of mistakes in the world, but they're not getting their sins covered because they didn't stand up to the beast. That's the sins he's covering us for. Because Father, under the Old Testament, one sin was death. We need somebody to stand in. Think about it real quick. Some of us have had some legal problems. It's like having an attorney, brothers, sisters, or mediator to go before Father. And he's kind of like in with the judge. Christ is in with the judge. He is the judge, in flesh. Actually, because of the scepter sign, he severed the head of judge of Aaron and Levite, and he became the high priest of the church. So he covers us that day of judgment, so we don't get covered by Father, where one sin was death. You're fucked if you don't have a mediator. You get to the judgment, the day of judgment, and you don't have a mediator. You're going to be back under the Old Testament, Aaron and Levi, where one sin was death. I don't want to do that. No. I need that covering. Do you understand? I do. Look at what I do. Look at the trouble I've gotten into and stuff. I need somebody to cover me because they're persecuting me in this stuff. But remember, my judge is Father, right? No, my judge is Shiloh. I go to under the Old Testament if I get judged by Father. No, me too. We're hard on ourselves, but do you understand what I'm saying? You need a mediator. He is your attorney. He has an end with the judge. All right, judge, look. No. I've covered them. I paid. Look, here, let me, yes. There you go. That's what he is. Like, now listen, guys. Now listen. He's your attorney. I'm going to go because connection's got it. Connection makes the connection. Connection, listen, and you'll get this too. Ziggy, you'll get this. If you commit a crime, listen to me, guys. If you commit a crime, just think about modern day. If you commit a crime, right? And because he's your covering, and he paid the bride price. That's your bail. He's your bail bondsman too, right? Connection. He's your bail bondsman because he's covering your bail. See, if you commit a crime and you pay the judge the bail, does he care about the crime you've committed? No, he doesn't. The bail's been set. It's been paid. You get let the fuck out, huh? Woo! I love Christ so much, guys. He's got it in. He's paid the bride price to cover us for our sins. He set the bail. That's right. And so that's right. Somebody else pay your bill, and he paid it. I love you, Brother Scott. I love you, Brother Scott, because you caught that. I knew you'd get it. He paid that, brothers, sisters. He paid that for us. That bride price he paid. So that bail has been set. If you get a crime and you have that lawyer, he's your bail bondsman, he's your mediator, he's your attorney, and then he pays Father. That price had been paid, and then when the fine has been paid, the bail has been paid. Do they care? Does the judge care about your crime? I don't mean to go there. All the Father cares is if your crime has been paid for, right? Do the crime. You got to pay for your crime, right? You got it, Ziggy? You see what I'm saying? If not, you don't have anybody to cover your bail. You're going to go back under the judge, and he's going to throw you in the pit, right? That's it, right? Old Testament. No, we need an attorney because that bail is set, the bail is paid, and the judge says, you're out of here. And the Father, Christ, our judge. Right? So that's the beautiful thing is you got to remember, Father is still judge, but he did sever the head. There was a deal. They worked out a deal. They worked out a deal. This is what they do, brother. It sounds just like our fucking system today. I hate to say that, but they worked out a deal. Christ had a deal. He said, all right, now I'm going to come back. I'm going to prepare a place, Father. I'm going to come back. I'm going to receive my bride. I'm going to go prepare a place. Remember, and that's where he's at. He's with Father right now, seated at the right hand of the Father. Right hand. Judgments, remember? Yeah, that's why he's at the right hand. Right hand is judgments, right? So that's right. So he will cover us for our sins. And then when that bail is set, the judge gets paid. The judge doesn't care about the crime anymore. He's got his pay. He's fine. He's at home and everything's good. Father's still happy. Everything's good. Everybody wins. You're out. If not, locked up. They won't let me out, right? You can go the eternal gnashing of teeth. So welcome to eternity, brothers, sisters. Welcome to eternity. You're already in eternity. I hate to break it to you if you ain't figured that out. You're already in eternity. So connection, thank you for the help. Thank you for the help on that, because I knew you'd get it. We need that mediator. Imagine standing there that day, brothers and sisters, without Christ there. To be standing in front of Old Testament Father, where the wages of sin is death. Because if you rip the Hamashiach down from that tree, that covenant he made with you, which we do, we still do, right? You put yourself right back under the Old Testament, the laws of Aaron, right? And Levite. Don't do that to yourself, brother, sister. Don't put yourself under the, we do it here now. You know what I'm saying? Don't do that, because when we get there, we need him to cover us. So we need to let him hang ourselves Christ-like, and let our life be a living testament of what he did. We are a walking revelation as he was, suffered and crucified. He lifted the veil off and shared the gospel. That's what we need to be. We need to be a living mirror, like a hoverboard, like to hover right over the top, like in the same narrow way. We need to hover hados in the same narrow way. Do what he did, or you're not a disciple and you will never have your name called out in that book of life. It doesn't work like that. Remember, if you are loved by the world, you be hated by my Father. So I hope this world hates you so much, ministry. I hope the world hates you and they imprison you, and your family never liked you, and you're the black sheep of your family, and that's why you come here, because Father sent you here, because it feels more comfortable with people that are the black sheep. It's another black sheep broadcast. That's what it is. He said, I knew you before you were in the womb. I set you aside, set apart. That's like being in prison, isn't it? Yeah, baby. So, all right, guys, much love, much agape. Hope we can learn from this together. We'll come back again tomorrow. Keep your eye on the prize. Go get those pennies, guys. Go get those pennies. I'm not saying it to get rich. Go get the copper pennies. Once again, that store here in America had 200 chain stores. In 2 days, they brought over 100 million pennies in, and that's $1 million in pennies that was brought in just by that one, those 200 stores. They might go a little quicker than you thought. They just turned copper, guys, copper, not silver and copper into a critical metal. That is probably one of the most epic moves in the precious metal sectors I have seen. That almost brings copper into a precious metal status. It truly does. If it makes it a critical metal, it means they need it for national security. Go get those copper pennies, brothers, sisters, if you can get them right now, please. I mean, I'm serious. I'm not trying to, I just think they'll be great bartering items. You might trade them for beans or rice or a small donkey or something to pull they're going to pull them quick, guys. I got a really big feeling that we're going to see a yank. And remember, if Donald Trump passes this thing, whatever, he's got this tariff checks, and that's now connection's not getting going. What are you going to buy with your $2,000? What would you buy with your $2,000 tariff stimulus check now? We got stimulus tariff checks because we're so rich now. What are you going to buy? Ziggy, what are you buying with your $2,000 stimulus check? Did you hear that? Donald Trump's issuing, he put on Truth Social that each American, not the rich, but the lower, income and the middle class are all going to get $2,000 tariff checks. What are you doing with your tariff check? Tell me. Last time I went and bought silver mining shares. And I know that pissed them off so much. Like, no, you're supposed to buy cheap Chinese crap. to keep the economy going, not silver mining shares. Whatever. I got that one check or whatever. It was like $1,200. I went and bought $1,000 worth of mining shares or something like that. So it's gone up and down, but it's not. I've lost a little bit, but it'll go back up. I didn't buy it to get rich. I know what'll happen eventually with that stock, but so what would you buy with your yeah, they should send every Canadian should get a $2,000 check, just have to deal with this dumbass taco bender Mr. Cheeto file. But what would you spend your money on? I would recommend looking into some water filtration, a Berkey system. If you don't have a Berkey, these are just my recommendations. I would look at a gravity-fed water filtration system for you and your family members. Water's important, guys. You got to have good water. Look at maybe buying some of these Sawyer minis for everybody in the family. Sawyer minis. Make sure everybody's got a Sawyer mini. The very next thing that I would invest in is long-term food storage. At this point, I would stay away from silver, gold, copper, bullets, band-aids, weapons, anything else. The only other thing that I would recommend, is listen to me, guys. This would be another great, is get a hold of Nate at Canadian Prepper and maybe look into one of those Jace medical kits. Get himself some first aid kit. That's very important to have. Antibiotics, good clean gauze, ways to suture, and treat and tourniquet, things like this are going to be very valuable things for you to have later down the road. I know you're going to probably think, what should I? And I'm telling you, that's a good thing. If you ask me, I would do that. I'd look into water filtration, medicine, and then food. And if you had anything else left than that, you might take a look at getting into some kind of, if there is any money left, like I said, maybe some precious metals or something like that. But I think we're past that time now. I think the market of precious metals, gold and silver is beyond the reach of most people at this point in time. And I would lean to the copper, which it is not going to cost you anything to get the copper right now, other than the actual, a penny is worth over 3 cents in copper. It costs over 3 cents to make a zinc penny. So I think copper is going to be kind of the new silver, if you will. It'll kind of take the place of silver, because silver will become unaffordium and then, unobtainium. You won't be able to get, it's going to go a lot, more higher than $50. I do think that we're going to see that, and that time most people won't be able to get their hands on it. So copper is something that will be much more tradable and something that you can get your hands on, something that everybody will have an ability to try to, without, and then there's no, with the copper pennies, there's no cost to get in. This is still worth what it's worth, but there's a higher end cost to get into silver right now. There's no money to get into silver. To get into copper right now. And it's something that you're not going to get rich, but you might be able to trade, 3 copper pennies for a bag of beans, or something. Hey, that's it. Right now they're still out there. So they're in circulation. I don't think right now, yep. There you go. So there you go. There you go. $5,600. See, look at, so I would definitely, like I said, take a look at getting in the copper right now, guys, because this is something right now that not too many people are even paying attention to. Most people have their head up their ass in America right now, talking about food stamps and stimulus checks, but nobody's looking at these copper pennies, where the copper pennies might be worth, a lot. I'm not going to put a worth. I put them for trading. I would never sell them. You'll never sell a copper penny in my eyes. You'll just trade it. It's kind of like silver. You never want to buy silver and trade it back for dollars. You know what I'm saying? Outstanding. Cool. I like buffalo nickels. I love the buffalo nickel because it's just so widely recognized. When I buy silver, I tend to lean towards its design, the buffalo nickel, because it's just so widely recognized. I tell everybody you can be a buffalo farmer, right? You can raise a herd of buffaloes. And these are the best kind of buffaloes. Buffaloes are the best because, see, these buffaloes won't shit in your living room floor. They don't bark or bite. And if you put them in a box, you know what I'm saying? This is $50 right now, Zig. I've been trying to get people to buy silver since it was $14, $15 an ounce, but it's about $50 an ounce right now with the premium. You want this in your hand. It's even higher in almost every other country. Scott will probably put what it is for a U.S. buffalo or for a buffalo in Canada, and it's probably $60 in Canada. $107. Look at that. $170 or $107. Oh, okay. Ounce. Canada is actually is per. How much? No. Okay. How much is it for an ounce? How much is it for an ounce of silver right now? For a silver buffalo up there in Canada right now. Look at the difference, guys, compared to where Scott's at. He's up north. We're down here in the lower 48 down here. It's 48 or something like that. I didn't even look right now. I haven't looked in a while because obviously I can't buy any. So this kills me to think I just had to spend 30 pounds of silver this. So, but anyway, so I like the buffalo nickel because it's something that people are familiar with. No, not a gold buffalo, a silver buffalo. But because it's about $50 in the US right now. But in the future, I do think that the copper penny will come up in value quite a bit, considerably, because people just will not be able to get their hands on this anymore. It's going to become near impossible because there's been a silver deficit every year for the past 6 years. There's a $1 billion silver deficit. Because of the industrial side, guys, there's $1 billion in the red every year on silver. Because the silver market's so tiny. I think it's a $900 billion market cap, not even $1 trillion. So even if, a small portion of the derivative market moved into the precious metal sector, which they are slowly doing so they don't spike the price of it, all the banks are buying it, all the other countries are buying it. You're looking at $75, guys, $75. So $75 for an ounce, you know what I'm saying, for an ounce of silver. I remember when silver was $25 an ounce when I first got into silver. That wasn't that long ago. Silver was $25 an ounce at the time of COVID. Silver got to $11 during the COVID, but nobody ever bought silver for $11 because the premium was higher. But right now, the premium, a silver eagle during the COVID was $25 and the premium was $25 over spot. Now silver has hit over $50. So I just recommend, personally, not giving any recommendation just because of unique, something people you want to buy something somebody's never seen before. But I like the buffalo design because it does look like the buffalo nickel and it's something people have seen. So definitely something, again, to take a look. But this market is getting harder to get into. It's getting harder to find it. I'm telling you, you should go get those copper pennies, guys, before they're all gone. Not going to cost you anything to get in the copper. Do me a favor, too. Don't go tell them you're trying to do it because copper is 3 cents a nick or 3 cents, or don't get all conspiracy. Go in there, bring your phone in there, take a picture, a screenshot of a backsplash made of copper pennies or a floor made of copper pennies and tell them that's what you're doing. Don't tell them you're trying to pull the copper out of it. Don't say that to them. Don't get all conspiratory with them. They might not give it to you. Listen to what I'm telling you. Go in there and say, hey, I'm trying to do these copper floors in this lovely, and if they say, hey, we have a copper shortage, we can only give you like $10 worth. Oh, really? I went to my credit union, this little teeny town, they only gave me $2 worth of pennies. I went to the stores, they didn't have any extras they can give me. They're already starting to disappear pretty quick, those sisters. You know what I'm saying? They're already starting to disappear pretty quick. Like I said, that store had 200 stores, and in 2 days, they brought in 100 million pennies. That's $1 million worth of pennies, brothers and sisters. So they're going to go quick. So, all right, let's leave it at that. Hey, if you want to help the ministry out, Cash App, PayPal, Bitcoin, Cash App, not required, but I'm trying to put together some more funds. Maybe silver will go up. Maybe as you hit $100 or something. I don't have a whole lot of silver left, and try to get that roof nest. But don't feel obligated. Again, I'm just making the mention before we get off the stream here. Links are in the description. Thank you. We've gotten a couple comments too here recently after the videos. Appreciate that. Thanks for the 30 thumbs up. I don't know what these are again, so appreciate whoever gave those. I'm not sure what those how those work or what those do. Would appreciate those. I think it's a tithe as well, but appreciate your tithe of time, guys. Super important. Time can't be printed, and you can't counterfeit time, can you? So much agape, Pastor Revelation. Enjoy your the rest of your night, and I'll talk to you guys tomorrow if the Lord is willing, allows me to come in here and do this tomorrow. So thank you for your time, and we'll see you guys on the next broadcast out here in the high desert. And stay in the Word. Pastor Revelation, Pastor Apocalypse. Whoa.